I'll see what we can end up doing. Because Imicus at least I have. I could just do the hacking. I don't worry about it too much. We are just traveling in space, so it's not anything that nothing's getting missed currently. I will swap over once the ad break is done. Oh. Which is in fact right now. Let me click the button. Transition us over to space for now. Kicking around. Just hanging out. I'm flying back down to the home station to get a hacking ship and maybe go some space, hack the planet.
Warp drive active.
May intersperse it with some mining, but I think all the. I'll double check real quick. I think the actual like quest related. Oh, there's one up in Sorry, which is where I'm in currently. But I assume you probably are there. I don't really want to head
Active.
back and grab the ship. Oh, it looks like it just popped because there's nobody that's. There's actually not that many people in the system, so. I'm gonna head back down to
Active.
at the very least, just to fit that ship. it's kind of they don't.
Warp drive active.
It's sort of like Jibble and Eve, like how many different like windows and monitors you've got. Only with the computer, I actually have multiple screens that I can work across. Whereas with Eve, unfortunately, you're stuck with just the one window or the one screen and trying to like stuff all the information you need in one.
Warp drive active.
I just notified him about it. I'm not gonna. Like I said, I don't have to like stop my trip and go all the way back. Cause we were doing some mining earlier. That's why I'm still. We were doing mining earlier for the resources and quest stuff and yada yada. But it's just like a little bit of something else, and then I saw that
Warp
there's
drive active.
some other quests to do other things. There was hack. There's also oh wait, those were the only ones that I think I had left to do. Because this it requires you to be part of the militia, so you can get attacked by other people frequently. This is kind of hard to do because you have to do it in low sec. Hack and villain take space. You can kind of get it done in like any system. It is there are typically more hackable sites in lower security places, but let's
Warp drive
see what we find. The crap part is probably going to be that like everybody and their brother is out. Also looking for sites, so it's going to be a pain to find actual sites. I've got some core launchers, so I might have to go buy. Oh no. Hold on.
Warp drive active.
Maybe. Oh look, actually, I still have an Astro. Maybe I can just use the Astro. Even though I kind of want to check out that there's a. I got like a skin.
Warp drive active.
Drive active. But yeah, I wanted to make sure I keep. Discord and stuff. So use that. Check on some stuff.
Warp drive active.
arguably that's worse than like accidentally leaving your halls like still in the ship. Because that you can always just fix by going back to a station and dropping it off temporarily if necessary. If you're in the wrong ship and you've already jumped several systems, you're getting like, oh crap, I'm gonna turn back around, go grab my ship, and then go back the way I came. And if you're flying something slow, or I guess what's worse is that if the thing you're trying to get where you're going is slow anyway, you're now like having to start from scratch on your slow ass ship, like an Orca or a fleet, not a fleet of Hob, the edition, no, the whatever the haulers are called, the big haulers, what category they fit in, freighters, just the oh right. Been so long since I've used these things. Okay, we do want drones. It's got 5. It does have a fairly big drone bay, so we can put. Uh, we got level 2s, probably. Although if I've got some, I might want to take some mediums just in case we run into bigger ships in like lower security space. it to fit. Alright, injector. Because I don't know that I necessarily. Sleep with that. What's this? That's just the data analyzer. We don't wait. We don't have the. Also have. Also have a relic. Relic analyzer. I mean, I guess we're hacking. It is specifically not relic hunting, I guess. But. No relic? Hold on. Do I have the 0 relic analyzers? Let's see. Mine. Brain is faltering a little bit. Well, yeah, I just don't have an relic analyzer anywhere, I guess. That's shows you how much hacking or searching I've been doing as of late. The we did want the combat. Oh no, sorry. We did want the combat drones. Oops. Oh wait, we don't need 10 of them. 5. 5 is okay. Do have some integrated hammerheads we could put out there. They're just mediums, right? Yeah. Yeah. So we could put these in there for like a backup. In case we run into bigger ships, we're just like, hey, we're gonna put that guy out there. Or we could put 1 Federation drone. No, I think they're 50, aren't they? Oh, 25. But I don't think we really need a heavy drone. How much space we got? So we could put 1, 2. Then maybe put another. Yeah, you might as well. Hell. And maybe some salvage. A good buddy salvage drones. On the off chance we get into fights. Also, I'll just clean up our ship because we have not used these ships in so long. They have gotten dirty. So it's not a shiny orange. Oop, there you go. Clean space off. Okay. Let's give it a go. Let's go see if we can find some sites to hack. Okay, so we've got a signature here. Let's warp to within 70 of this room.
Warp drive active.
Oh yeah, we're too close to the station. That's fine. Okay. All right. We'll launch our probes. Go stealth. And let us do some probe scanning. Let us do some probe scanning. Here's the map. Okay, let's get over here. You get up closer to this, so right around there is where we want to be. Scan. It's over there. It's within this area. If I remember right, it's let's do it like this. Wait. Does it not? Oh, it's this one. Okay. Yeah. Shift is the one that lets you individually move the probes. But we won't do that until we get to the point where maybe we need to readjust our scanning cone. Okay. There. Kind of trying to get it down to like a long. That. Oh, I think I'm still. I'm goofing up because I still have it on 2. I need to shrink it down. Okay, it's just a wormhole, so. Wormhole is not really what we're looking for, but you know what? You might just scan it down just in case maybe we come back here later and poke around in wormhole. See what J space is like. A little bit of a. I forgot you need to like nudge this down a little bit every time, so that way you're narrowing the scan, or you're making every probe scan less space at a time. There you go. We've found an unstable wormhole. Wanted to go poke around in it? We could go poke around in it now, but we actually don't. We don't want to do that currently. So, just minimize that. It's this. We got our probes back. Let us roll to a different system. Maybe we'll find some
Warp drive active.
some stuff in another place. What's the exploration? What we got signature wise? 4 in the next system. Sharon might not be a bad place to be looking. I would be shocked if there's not, if these are not already Oh crap, wrong button. It's because, oops. Nope, nope, trying to shrink this down. I guess that's fine. Let's find a warp space to warp to. Let's warp to this moon.
Warp drive active.
Up around. Yeah, we can't do that quite yet. I think most people tend to launch their probes, then warp and cloak, and then just hide out cloaked while you're doing your scanning. Oops, why did I do that? I haven't done scanning in years, so my brain's just like, oh, you know, what are you doing? Okay, let's see. Probe scanning. I did not. Oh, how in the hell did I connect it to that? Okay, we want. Start with 2. Start with 4. Oops. No, actually, probably do need 8 for some of those. Just to get started. Okay. This one's figured the most out of, so let's continue working on that. Alright, I'll go down probe size, do another scan. It's a combat site. We're not really interested in combat sites. That's not what we're here for. Like scannable, like scanning down the combat sites. If you were wondering to sit around and like do combat, then it's not a bad way to make some cash or find some items or whatever. But like, again, we're not here to do that. We're looking for space anomalies specifically to hack sites. Another combat site. Here is, however, much bigger. Oh, crap. It's pretty covered. It's pretty covered. Okay. It's this line, so kind of like anywhere within that line area. Generally, you want to put her like right in the middle of the line. There's that. Right here. Put down the signs. Give it a scan. Another wormhole. Not particularly what we're into. Even though I'm in a ship specifically called the Worm Hunter. Right now, that's not what we're looking for. It would be kind of tempting to go poke around in a wormhole close to our home system. Just because, like, if there's anything interesting in there, we can always go grab another ship and maybe go poking around for other resources. Maybe we could find some, like, gas clouds or, you know, some rare ice or something. Something along those lines. Let's see what's going on here. It is thing. Little nudge. And then shrink it. Basically, the hardest sites also require like a lot more scanning to pinpoint down what all's actually in them. Do I just scan this wormhole down just to have a wormhole discovered here? Maybe like have something to do later, perhaps. Might as well. I'll go peek at it and see how stable it is. Okay, so we've done that. It's warped within 10k of it.
Warp drive active.
Wormhole. What's going on with it? Less than a day remaining. More than 50% of mass stability remaining. Okay. That's not. I mean, that's not terrible. It's also like a low. It's in high sec, so it usually tends to be a pretty basic wormhole. Got all our stuff back, so let's go to what's the next system with stuff in it? One's only got one. Four's got.
Warp drive active.
Let's go head that way and see what's going on in our neighboring systems. Right. Depends on how I'm feeling in about an hour. If I want to head up to the lake for a couple hours or not. Alright, so we're in Shore. Got a couple systems, or a couple spots to check out. Worked with it.
Warp drive active.
Oh, let me do that. Don't do that. Ugh. keep screwing it up. Again, like I haven't scanned in forever, so it's just like not the muscle memory is not there just yet. Yeah. The muscle memory of like constantly hitting probe, warp, it's just cloak. Not there yet. We lose the probe. No. Update. Two wormholes. Some other things that one of those just popped up, so yeah, that's what it is. Let's check it down. It's probably a low-level combat site, would be my guess. It's as easy as it was to scan to, yeah. Usually, like the relic, such like take a bit more time to scan them down than other sites do. Or, like I said, unless they're like the more difficult things, usually also take more time. Some of them, like some of the sites are difficult enough that you can't scan them down without like bonuses and such to the skill. So they don't just want you to. They don't want you to just be able to scan down like the harder sites with the baseline like ship. Like, you know, tier 1 type stuff and low skills. Like, you do have invested some skill points into the skill and whatnot to be able to scan some of those harder sites down. Something still we haven't figured out. Okay, should be. Ooh. We'll see if this scans down further like this. We're okay. Otherwise, I'll have to like manually adjust it. Okay, it's just a wormhole. It's probably a small wormhole, so yes. Still not the thing. Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it scans. If it scans down to like 100% here, then it's probably just a medium. The smaller ones, or like the harder space ones, again, usually take a little bit more scanning. Okay, yeah, it's just another bog standard one. Let's see what else we got. Sure, we've kind of figured those out. I don't really want to go to Basargen. Searching time slots. Mia has 12? Let me go see what's going on in Mia. Sounds like a ridiculous amount of... Although, that could be counting the combat ones as well. It is a dangerous space, so theoretically get attacked, but... You at least have cloaking, so... Let's see.
Warp drive active.
We'll see if anybody's hiding out and they're waiting for people. But like I said, also some of those unknowns could just be combat sites. Some low security does end up with a lot of that kind of stuff. Kind of just piles up. Because nobody's really going into low security to fight most of like the lower tier like NPC encounters, because it's just not worth it. Not worth the effort unless you know the system's gonna be pretty clear, and or you're geared to the teeth to just clear out most anything that shows up.
Warp drive active.
Oh, what's the hazard? Ooh. Could have, actually. We will check here. Well, since we're in this system anyway. You never know. Tier 0.5 space might have something in it worth poking around in. Okay, let's warp to. Might as well throw those out. Warp to the.
Warp drive active.
There's that. Now, like to do some chill scanning. Is there anything in this space? Let's do. Where's my rope scan? 8. It does look like doesn't get that one. But hold on, let's see. Can I get? Will this like help me at all? It's not gonna narrow too much down, but usually I start at 8. I'm just like trying to hit all 3 of them at once and see if like any of them. Okay, this is probably another like mini combat site of some sort. Yes. Oh, wait. Does this do it for me? Yeah, it does. Right. I honestly don't even think I've ever used the shortcuts though, or not enough to be like, ah, yes, of course. Just hit the shortcut key. Nope. Combat. Oh, okay. At 25%, it tells you what type of thing it is, so that's why I was hoping the bigger scan would initially give me a little bit more. That way I'd be like, ah, yes, I can just scan this one down real easy. That's probably fine, yeah. Whoop. Wormhole, of course. Okay, that looks fine. Let's see what's there. I didn't quit trying to put it there. Games. Okay, so No, come on, I'm not. Hey, there's a data site. Nice. The data site. Oops. Not that. I just realized the thing I don't have on this ship is a cargo scanner. So if you have a cargo scanner, you can kind of check and see which things are worth hacking or not at sites. Let's go within 30 of that.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. Okay. And then while we're hanging out here, we can maybe get started on the second. Yeah, the cosmic signature. Which is way over here. Let's keep hitting that. Which is the easy thing. Maybe 4? I'll hit 4, but then let's come over here. We've got some info shards to hit up. Okay, so I goofed that scan up. It's fine. We gotta be in 6,000. That's fine. I haven't done hacking at all, so probably. Oop, not that. Okay, so starting here. Let's go along the edge. Nope. This was a 1. Oh, okay. 3. Oh, shh. We are. Okay, wait. It's 3, 2. Damn. 1. There we go. That's what we're after. Okay. So then we need to open it. Grab the resources out of it, which hopefully is not just like a piece of coal. Stop. We were trying to get to what? Is that on the other side of this dang meteor? Like, I don't know. It is. Let's stop here. Alright, hacking. Two. So we've got 1 here. Yeah, so here. take that. 4. Ooh, we're getting farther away this way. So maybe we want to take that. Okay, let's have that. So 2. 1. Okay, nice. Just getting some stuff. I say, oh, hey, we're up to, oh, the probes. I was like, nice, we're making money. No, the probes are just worth a lot of money, so. Oop. Way too fast. Bonk. Got 3. So it's getting way there. Oh. 2, 1. Dang, we are pretty set there. Use it on this. This is kind of low level hacking stuff, so it's not as if it's something I need to like conserve my pieces for, like very specifically, because we will be fine. Let's get out of here. Go to another space. We've looted all the boxes. Get back to our scanning in space. It was not big enough, so just need to bump it up a size. Sorry, I'm like I'm typing on the side, so. Yeah. I probably don't need to be that precise at this level, but although it's also probably a low-level combat site, as easy as it was scanned down already. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Let's get the probes back. Okay, there we go. I was wondering, like, why is it? Why can I not just pin it to the thing again? It's because everything's a little screwed up. Did we want to still go over to memes? Don't that. That's what we're looking for. check me in. Yeah, there's like one site here that might not even be worth stopping to hack, but you know what? We might as well. Because unlike in Mia, this place is still pretty safe, so I don't risk losing anything. Just stop and scan.
Map drive active.
Heck. You did it in the right order this time. It's literally just. Before I go wandered into Mia, I might stop. So I don't have to do it in dangerous space. Scan. Maybe a couple too many tabs open while I'm doing all this other stuff. I don't even have that many. I think it's just most of them. There's a bunch of them that are like tubes, so it's just like trying to load up too much junk. I guess I could scan. Let me scan down the relic site. I can always come back from this. It does bum me out that these are two separate things, but. There is a device that you can fit to ships that does both, but scan 5 signatures. Uh, let's get back in there. Let me do a quick bathroom check. Check bathroom break. While since the ads are done, let me just hit like a quick 30-second bathroom break since I was in the middle of scanning. I'll be right back. slip on into Tor view, sorry, into media real quick. Not sure why I warped to a belt, but I guess I did. Oh, actually, me. Medium. I kind of want to put all these guys in light fighters. Or, you know what, let's put on like there. They're not both medium, so, but that's just in case. Let's go ahead. We'll see what's going on.
Warp drive active.
For some reason. System is 0. I thing. There's a lot of signatures. Let's go to these things. Let's go.
Warp drive active. All these things, all this information, at the same time, in this small is the actual issue. Okay, let's see. We've got this. Inside combat site.
Mainframe, I believe, is the hardest of the three. Get closer. Too fast. Stop. Big friend. Scanning down the site, and then most like PvPers just combat probe. Speed it over there. Yeah, just in case it's something. Oh, it's even worse. So it's either up here. I guess it could be right in here. Oh, that's just closer. Let's just go to that instead first. Let's do that that way. On contact. Sorry. Back to that one. It's the one here that we need to get to. Do some faster. How's it going? Not 100% how sure how long I was gonna go, because it is a decent enough day. I thought about sneaking out, hitting the lake, doing a little fishing, but my I don't know. At some point, I seem to have pulled my leg, muscle in my leg, and so I'm like, I feel like I'm like hobbling around. I'm like, maybe I don't try to drag stuff around today. Maybe wait till later in the week. Also, it's like the last of the 7 day free 7 day like paid Omega subscription thing. So I was like, maybe I'll just hang out. Maybe. How you doing? What you got going on? Nah, it's all good. It's part of getting old. It's one of those things. Some days you just like, how did I pull that muscle? I don't. Suffering with art and drawing keys. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're getting like real detailed with them, yeah, it is definitely one of those things that would probably be pretty tough to get like accurate enough and looking good, and like kind of just the way you want them to get. I always hear like hands and feet are usually the worst, but I could see teeth being quite a pain. Yeah, shoulders definitely shoulders. Uh, that shoulders are one of those things like it's always somehow you've slept wrong, and now for like the start of the day, like you're just sometimes the whole day, but like the start of the day, you're just like, oh man, how did I goof this up? Or if you're lifting stuff all day, then maybe you get into the groove, but then by the end of the day, like you're just like, why is my body doing this to me? For me, it's usually getting started. Like my fatigue is usually real bad in the early day, which is why I never go fishing in the mornings. I I just am so awful at waking up early to get out and hit the early fishing window. So I usually go for the evenings. Okay, got that. Got anybody sitting around? No, doesn't look like it. Yeah, that's some of that. I think is definitely a mixture of like maybe sitting for too long or sitting. Like I've noticed if I'm sitting and then like using my arms, especially if you're using mouse and keyboard for a while, there's just enough like tension in your upper body that I think it puts kind of pressure on your like back and then ultimately lower back. Uh, I usually have some pretty decent luck with the fishing. I'm usually fishing like afternoons, so from like 4 to about 8. I usually don't stay too late, mostly because I just don't want to like hassle with trying to slap my like kayak back onto the car in the dark. I could. It's you know, it's usually just not worth the headache of trying to do that. It's like bleh, bleh, we're not after them. We're looking for data sites or relic sites that I'll have to come back to. But for now, see relic sites. usually do tend to have a decent amount of luck with it. Um, if you so since I you did mention wanting to join the or click on the link and join the Discord, I do tend to post a lot of fish pictures. Usually in one of the channel. The channels are all bizarrely named, mostly inside joke stuff that comes from uh, us like making channel names the exact opposite of what they are, or just like really vague ideas of the thing. So instead of like, here's the image post place, or here's the place to post your pictures, I think it's just called like memories of. Is it called like memories of food or something? But I do post a bunch of fish pictures in there. I have like fishing video stuff. Memories of images is what it's called. I do also just have like fishing videos and such up on the YouTube channel as well. I use them mostly for like background. Like if I just want to have like a chill background sound or audio going on. So it's kind of just long form like nature video essentially. Uh, so many wormholes. I've got two other things. Check real quick. But yeah, they're mostly for like hanging out. They're mostly for just like background stuff. Like if you're working, you're just like, oh hey, how about some footage of a lake? It's mostly just nice watery sounds. Maybe occasionally some fishing or some fish get caught. There's plenty of fishing, just whether or not I'm catching anything is a different matter. But like I said, I do tend to have some decent luck up there. I'll usually come home with a few keepers, enough like fish for a week. It is kind of weird for me because I grew up fishing in the Ozarks, and they didn't have walleye down there. So the lake I fish at now stocks those on the regular, and they've been there long enough that there's a native population of them, and I didn't realize that they were there at first. So like I went out there fishing just for crappie and whatnot. Occasionally I'd hook onto something and it would just like tear me off. Like it was a pretty sizable bite. Definitely you can feel something fighting you. You're like, man, that definitely can't be a crappie, but it would just be such a quick hit. You'd be like, what the hell was that? What did I get hooked on? Of course, then I realized that there are walleye in that lake, and walleye have teeth, and they love to chase crappie lures, I've found. So I'll just be fishing for these little crappie. Crappie are usually like not particularly strong fighters. They can get decent sized and whatnot, but like usually crappie are very like easy to just reel in and say, haha, I got you. They're not like impressive fighters, essentially. Those walleye, especially if you're fishing like real light line, does not take much for them to just get in there and rip your lure off, bite it right off. So initially, scan this site down. Another decent little data site. We've got one more cosmic. No, thankfully not. I've definitely had them like I've definitely had them like not like pulled entirely out of my hands. I've had them like pulled down and like almost out of the boat, but like I think it takes a pretty decent sized fish to really. It takes a decent sized fish and like you not having any hands on it at all. When I'm in the kayak, I tend to keep my hands on the rod at all times because I'm usually fishing jigs and or bobbers. Oh, hey. Okay, okay. Let's see what else is going on. Let me get this one signature checked real quick, or at least started on it. I would probably be more worried about losing lines like that to like if you were fishing in the ocean, because there you could not that you can't get really big freshwater fish, but typically have to be fishing um, like real close to reservoirs and such. You can get some real big catfish. And more hand strengths and a strong grip. I Yeah, I mean, like I said, fishing for crappie and such, fishing for like crappie or panfish are fairly easy to wrangle in. Like, and that's kind of why a lot of those rods are like long and flexible like that. Is that a lot of the fight and a lot of the stress gets sort of put into the bend of the fishing rod. So when you're fighting the fish, you're actually it's kind of amplifying your strength a little bit there, and sort of not only that, but like it also kind of dampens the fish's like ability to pull off as easily because it's kind of like at the end of the fishing rod kind of acts like a big spring, and it sort of helps like not just keep like tension on the line, but also like absorb some of that force if it starts to pull real hard all of a sudden. But like you could definitely, I would say, as long as you're not, it's usually like bottom feeding fish are usually like the big heavy lunker type fish that you have to worry about maybe getting your rod ripped out of your hands with. Like you can get some really big catfish. I always heard tales of like 30 pounders and such, 50 pounders like down in the Ozarks because they were fishing by the reservoir, by the dam. So like basically anything that drifted down towards the dam, they would eat. I think pretty much stand out, but there's two more data sites to poke at. So let's pull these in. Let's go warp to this.
Warp drive active.
Scan. Sure. This is only 10 to 20. past that first. Okay. Other stuff then. This ship is not too far away. It's literally right there. Oh, it's because I. Oops, that's my bad. Okay. The downside though is like kind of the easiest fishing is bottom fishing because you can kind of basically sit down along a shoreline and then just toss a line out to get to parking the boat, anchoring the boat, or having yourself in a spot. Can't exit. So, pieces away. Just as a like a brief explanation as to how this goes. Like every node you click on, the number that pops up means that there is a like feature within that many spaces of that node. So like here said 1. So within one of these spaces here is another thing. And the data that we're looking for specifically, there is like a little gate that opens access to the loot box essentially. This is a sort of gate that we need to deal with, an antivirus that's trying to keep us out. 2, 1. So 1 again means that there's something between here and here. The easiest way to go about it is just go along the edges, because that if something pops up that blocks like access further, like on the edge, it's easier to get around and maybe find another path around that you won't have to hack through it. But if you go to the middle and hit it, like you can end up like blocking your whole pathway through. Just it kind of will lock down all the nodes around it as well. Okay, these can be good or bad. Sometimes it's not. Oh, so this one, gotta get rid of that because this thing just sits there and like makes every other node stronger constantly. So you have to get rid of it to make sure that you can hack into stuff later. Otherwise, it just gets way too powerful. Shield them, I guess. Okay. Some of this stuff here. You've hacked it. Oh, are you talking like the video game that's sort of modeled after the movie The Cube? Yeah. Kind of, yeah. It is like you're going node from node. You're trying to find the path to the exit. Yeah, and sometimes those bad things that pop up are, you know, things you either have to deal with or go around. And the good things basically like they help you
signal. Maintain your this thing down here, which is like, yeah, this is how much damage you take, and this is how much damage you're dealing. So I'm dealing like 40 signal damage to that thing, which this top number is how much strength it has, and this is how much damage it does back to me. So I'll take 20 damage to hit it, and then one more break it. Make it bomb. Okay. You know the exit isn't there. That we need to do. Doesn't do a lot of damage back to us, but it's still the actual thing that we hack. We are in dangerous space, so no. So we are in. I am currently in like a dangerous space area. However, um, so you do have to scan down these locations. Like people can't normally just fly here. That's what these little data probes are all about. You send these things out and you scan down the sites to find that location to work on it. And so another player to find me has to do either that same thing, like go and scan down the site and go, I'll go to that site. Or what they do, most PvPers will have combat probes, which kind of do the same thing, only they scan down ships instead of like regions like this, uh, like spatial anomalies. And so, if somebody's looking for you, you'll see these things called combat probes hanging around in space, and this usually means that they're looking for somebody who's out in space, and they can kind of pinpoint where you're at that way, as opposed to like trying to scan down all the sites and figure out if you're at one of those sites. So there is more security here than just being at like some other spot in space, because they would have to have like found where your ship was or where the site is at to come get you here. It's not impossible for them to do. Like somebody was actively looking to PvP, that's probably what they'd be doing. So I'm wondering if the thing is up here. I guess. Nah. I was thinking. It's basically like you're cracking open loot boxes to get this stuff in. This is pretty junky, so these ones are kind of the lower end difficulty, though. Like, the mainframes are the hardest ones, so you'll find a lot more viruses and a lot more difficult stuff to do on that grid. But the loot inside of it is better. And then, like, the com towers are the middle ones, and the data shards or info shards are like a lot of times you would, or well, sorry, you could just leave them there. I could just bail on the site, but then this site sticks around in space. If I clear these out, then the site despawns, and then hey, maybe you get another one that spawns later. At the very least, you're being considerate to other people. The that thing up there, or just this data node, the info chart itself. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of like a cool like radar. It's kind of a like spherical radar in a way. Ooh, we're starting here. So chances are like the hacking thing is up here somewhere. It's usually not super close to this. I think it can be, but it's usually not that close. Okay. That was more of a like a lag double click than anything. I didn't. Thankfully, these are so weak though that they don't do many damage. Because I do damage to the thing every time I hack it, so they only have 40 health, so grab that. Grab this. This ship is particularly fast, so we can spot to spot in space. Bounce off of this structure. Back wrenches. My dude, sight isn't that difficult. Necessarily need to open those. We're not looking for the exit. Hacking the Gibson. We've got one other one to go to here.
Warp drive active.
I've also got a relic site to go to, but I don't have a relic scanner, which is a bummer. But if we get out of here relatively unscathed, I'll run back out and grab a relic scanner from the shop. Oh, what is this? This, I don't think. Hold on. Okay, these are not. These are not bad guys. I mean, they're marked as enemy, or they're labeled as targets or whatever, or hostile. But they're not like wanted. They're not criminals. And like I would have to. What is this? A battleship? I cannot personally blow up 3 battleships, 3 cruisers. That's not a thing I can do in this ship. Gate control hub. But it's also labeled as Edencom, which is like the good guys, the quote unquote like the there's 5 over here. Let's go. Let me go back out real quick. Oh wait, no, don't do
Warp
that.
drive
Stop,
active.
stop. Ah. I need to go to the station. I need to go out of out of this space area entirely. Let's go back to Torvi. I can drop off some of the stuff that's in my hold. We can always pick it up later. Just get out of dangerous space for a brief moment to drop some things off, and then I can go check that neighboring system to see if there's anything in there.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, that's the kind of a thing I did a lot of early on when I started playing. Was those cans like that, because selling that kind of stuff was a decent amount of cash. Stack this up. Let's see. I don't think that there's not bosses. There's not um it's not like there's not like a World of Warcraft raid boss or whatever. Like, there's not a particular thing that you can go. Well, there's not like named bad guy like ships out there like that are specifically like people gear up to go fight X. There are some various events that'll happen that have happened where there are like PvE forces out there that people will have to fight, and there are kind of like mission chains. Well, I don't know that there's like real big ships, because I think most of the real dangers that would be out there for like a group to have to fight, if you're getting into the really big ships, theoretically, like the easiest way to counter that would be with also having your own big ships, and only so many people can really fly capitals, um, or titans rather. But they do have like, you know, oh, these drifters, these aliens are coming in from out of space here, and like now there could be roving fleets of these ships that are coming through, and so you might organize a fleet together to like engage those fights, and you would get loot and such from them. Sometimes there are sort of like quote unquote bosses of particular mission chains. Like you'll get, if you go if you go into the agency and go to like agents missions, like if you do some missions from agents, you can get some. Also, I want to say like uh, there are like career agents or like these epic arcs. Like you can go through like chains of missions, and there might be named guys there that are more dangerous to deal with that are NPC ships and such. But usually it's usually it's more of like there are like large forces out there, and so rather than like here's like one evil dread bad guy ship or big star destroyer or whatnot, like it's usually masses of dudes like that are roaming around for large groups of people to deal with, or the whole game server, or maybe it's just a region in space that has to deal with it. They kind of design it that way so that there are more broad threats rather than like one specific like dude that like everybody has to go mount up and go fight. And it's usually I would say part of it is because uh, they're the game is pretty old in general for one, and so part of the kind of the issue is that um, there is the server and the game kind of struggles with having a lot of people in one place at one time. So if you really did have just like combats between a bunch of people against like one big force, you can go and look up on YouTube like real big combats, and things kind of do slow down to a bit of a crawl. It almost becomes more turn based at that point sometimes, depending on how many people you have in a sector. But it's because one, like so much of the game is still kind of, I won't say propped up by old code, but like there's still some part of the earlier game is still there, and the hardware that it runs on doesn't, or the code that all that runs on isn't like optimized for more modern systems as much. Like they would have to probably rewrite the whole game at this point to really take advantage of modern computers. But hey, look, for just poking around briefly, like that's $34 billion worth of stuff that we found out in space. So and that's what I said. Like hacking stuff and finding stuff in space is a good way early on to make some cash. You just have to find the right sites to do. Also, let's grab a relic scanner because I don't have a relic scanner. Sorry. Oops. I did a screenshot. Then we can come back and scan down those relic sites. Or, well, you've already scanned them down. We can just go break into them now that we know that they're there.
Warp drive.
But a lot of the big PVE stuff also kind of ends up encouraging PvP stuff as well, kind of by design. So like these factional things, like hacking systems in Galente space, like does kind of end up taking you into those dangerous sections in space to do that a lot of times. And so you are like being incentivized to go to those places. Same thing with like mining this. Like, hey, you need to go to certain spaces to find nice. So
Active.
No, not all of them do. Like um, the mining stuff from earlier, the fleet that I'm still sitting in. All those are just kind of mining and high security space. And so there's not a ton of risk there. You can occasionally get people like ganking you. You can have smaller conflicts around, mining space and safe space, but it's generally not like broad PvP that happens in belts like that. At best it's like some skirmishes, or a lot of times it's like one or two people trying to bait somebody to like attack them so that they can attack them back.
Warp drive active.
And having played long enough, like I would say like 95% of my deaths are like in zones where it is actually dangerous. Like I know people do talk about getting ganked in high space, but like I think I've only had it happen to me once, and I think it was early on when I tried to like load up a bunch of stuff in a carrier. I didn't didn't really build it for safety, but also like just kind of I was under the assumption like, oh, in high security space, it's there's not really an incentive to blow other ships up because you'll get attacked by the police. It's like, no, people will still do it and try to run away if you're a juicy enough target. So just don't make yourself a juicy enough target. Or you just kind of wait till it is, safe to travel through a section, or maybe you take a different route. Sometimes part of it is
Warp
bring up
drive
the map.
active.
Like, I always think that that's the map for some reason. So if I'm looking at it like this, sometimes there's a jump from here to here, or like there's a jump from
Requested.
here to here, and this,
Docking request.
let's say there's people blocking this one jump. If they're like blocking this gate here, and you're like worried about them blowing you up, why did the map take me into some place I'm not anywhere near? Dork. But heck, I'll do it with my home system. So my home system is a dead end. So like I can't. If somebody was blocking the gate here into a clan, I couldn't really do much. But if you took a ship in here and scouted it out first, if you were worried about people blocking your like home system up, you could essentially just fly. You could fly into like the neighboring system, and then come in with something cheap or scout, whatever. Check it out, check the gate, and go, okay, looks pretty good, and then go get your ship and then come in. But no problem. Get my relic scanner. think the fan there was causing issues. Ooh. Oh, I'm not trying to click on shit there. I kept hearing like the wind. Essentially, I was like, why? I don't. The fan over there is not that hot, not turned on particularly high, and I realized the underdesk fan was on. So, oh man. Real quick, let me get up and quick restroom break, and I will be right back. Okay. All right. Let me get my headphones back in. And then we'll head back to Maya. Hit up the system and check out that relic site real quick.
Warp drive active.
Cause I scanned it down, I might as well. I might as well get rid of it. Bum, bum.
Warp drive active.
Got
Warp drive
Lantmans.
active.
where we were.
Warp drive active.
Ow. Just bit my lip. Not great.
Warp drive active.
That's not how you eat food. Okay, so get that down. Where's the relic site? There we go.
Warp drive active.
Okay. Okay, okay. So we've got the wreckage of a Serpentis station, maybe? Or a ship of some sort? Okay. Crap. I forgot to lock onto these things before we get to them.
Skill training completed.
We learned a skill. Oof. Okay, don't. Didn't. Dear Lord. You're hitting like every bad thing. Don't really want to pop that open because so far everything has been bad. Okay. That thing's gotta go. Okay, definitely need to use that. So nothing else is down here. 3, 1. There might be something in there that's locked out. Ah. Okay, another wrench. So it's probably right there. Survives from 2 attacks. There you go. There we go. I got it. Alright, I'll go to the next one. Okay. Don't need to be going that fast. Ah! Yeah, there's no collision model really, so you kind of just slingshot your face into things at high speeds, and nothing really happens. Okay, so there's something here. Probably something here, but it could be here. Yeah. Definitely want that. That. Ah, there you go. Yes. Okay. Yeah, rubble is actually the least important to go hacking. Oh yeah, no problem. It happens. Especially older dogs get into that habit of very, very specific times for everything. And if you're not on schedule, they will let you know. Oh, is rubble? I was say, is rubble a little bit harder than debris? But not not really any notable difference there. Right there. Just check that quick scan to make sure that person's not doing anything. Check this out. Yeah. Go around it and see if there's anything over here, maybe. This end? Damn. Alright, I suspect it's over here, but it... Yeah, at least that was a... There it is. We'll use our fancy hacking tools on it. There we go. French bulldog. Yeah. The uh, uh, uh. Let's hack this pile of junk open. Oh. No. Probably. Ah, jerk. Okay. All this stuff. And that is all the targets there. Oh, okay. Let's hop to the base here.
Warp drive active.
That way we can switch over because you can't install new stuff in space unless you have a like a structure to dock up to and change your gear out.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
But since there's a space dock here that we can hop into, we can stop and get our equipment switched out real quick. Oops, not that. Wrong. So the relic only works for relic sites, so we need to unfit that. Pop it off. Put it in the ship, and we'll grab our data analyzer and we'll put that back in. Okay. So now we can go hack some more enemy structures. NPC structures. I don't think there's any. Well, maybe there is some kind of hacking of like PvP baddies, but I have not messed with it or seen any of it. So.
Warp drive active.
It does say something about Upwell used to collect extensive information discerning reinforcement periods of Upwell. Oh, okay. So like hacking things lets you know when a particular thing, like a player structure, like one of these things, it lets you know, like, oh, hey, this thing needs to be reinforced at a certain time period if you're planning on attacking it. Let's see. There is a lot of stuff in here apparently. Wait a minute. Oh no, we're in Gerber. Warp 2. Warp 2 within. Or actually, we need to do this. Oh, that's warp 2 within 7.
Warp drive active.
There we go. Then we'll stealth. Now we can scan. Alright, let me do a little scanning. Okay. He's in a Vexor. That's fine. I would highly doubt that the Vexor is fit with any probing stuff, so we're just looking for space to hack. Wormhole, not particularly interested in that. You know what? Let's scan down the thing that is the smallest first. That. Just because the smaller things usually do tend to be either relic sites or relic or data sites, or like the most complicated, the hardest like wormholes. Might take longer. Wait, did I lose the one I was tracking? I must have lost the one I was tracking and locked out a different. Oops. Let's see. Maybe. Let's see if this, or this could just be like a really tough site to hack. One of the two. definitely wants to be a tough site to hack. Say that. Okay, so it is a data site. And it is right there. Okay. Level 4. Let's warp within 50. We'll check it out. Let's move the... probes around. Let's move the probes over to here so we can get to work on this thing. Okay. Let's do that. What do we got here? Mainframe. Okay. We need to get... Oh, whoops. Let's get Speedy. Weird watching this. I mean, I guess if it had like the same sort of those same sort of like player mechanics where a lot of the world was built up of players owning stuff like that, then I could get it. I could definitely see that. Ugh. Gross. Two. Ooh. Heck, I don't have to find anything else. It's right there. Almost 2 million for that hack. Or, I mean, technically it says it can be worth that much, but sometimes that stuff does not sell for nearly that much. It kind of just depends on how much of it is on the market, or like how useful it is in general. If it's something you go through a lot of, then it might be worth even more than what it lists it as, but... The target... crash up against this building. Back. That's always good, getting something useful right at the beginning. Back to back. Get down somewhere where there's something to hack. No, let's not pop that just yet. I'll take the damage. Okay, there we go. There's what we're looking for. Mainframe. Carbon. Oh, good old carbon. Junk that you just end up with. Sometimes I remember that early on, and not knowing that you could scan those things with a data scanner, or sorry, a cargo scanner to like figure out what's in them before you start hacking them. And like you would go spend all this time like trying to open a thing, and you just be like, oh, it's one piece of carbon. And if you're like, what? Why is this here? Sorry, you got unlucky. And then that's why, like, also people would get angry because, like, people would come in and just scan them and just go, oh, that's just got one piece of carbon in it. I'm gonna leave it there. and then the site never despawns because there's still technically loot there. Well, I mean, it respawns at the end of its timer like normal. But normally, once you clear the site, it's gone and will despawn, so nobody else has to worry about finding an empty site with nothing in it. There you are. Hacking. Okay. Just a decryptor. I'm trying to remember what the decryptors specifically are for. I want to say you need them to crack open these like data spheres, I think. So you have to have like certain ones. I think you like use the data spheres and the decryptors, and you can get blueprints out of them. I think that's the way it works. I will not swear to it, but... Wait a minute, that's the one we've already been to. Let's remove that from this. It's been a while since I've messed with it, so I don't remember. That is specifically the mechanics for like the decryptor things. I think it is. There's that. Right to it. Cool. I'll take it. Hey, I appreciate it. It is always better, like, even just having people hanging out in chat. I mean, it's always better having people chatting, because then you at least have something to converse about or answer questions, etc., etc. It does give you something to engage with more, as opposed to if it's just me playing, then I have to kind of just, you know, talk about what I figure is going on, or you know, what sort of things are interesting out there in space. Just double check and make sure that this is got anybody sneaking up on us in space. Don't think so currently. Ooh. Although these are easy to break, so it's just not a big deal. No. No. There it is. Hey, I appreciate it. It is always nice having like positive folks in chat hanging out, and in communities in general, just like anywhere you go, having people with some positive attitudes, and at the very least like are positive and respectful in chat and that kind of thing. Like everything's so much easier. You don't have to like deal with people who are just like trolling or don't really get the etiquette of hanging out with other people. I guess there's kind of like a chat etiquette, but you know, most times people aren't too bad about it, or they don't intend to be. Like you'll oh wait, wrong thing. You'll tend to find some people that are, you know, occasionally very intentionally aggravating, or like, you know, trolling or etc. Like, but I don't know, nowadays it doesn't seem like it's necessarily as common. I do remember like earlier on streaming, either both on Twitch and like back when it was Justin TV still. you would occasionally still just get people that just showed up to be nuisances, but I don't know. It seems like more of that happens with. I think more of that is like kind of targeted these days. People, there will be the occasional like people that show up to like annoy or harass specific people, rather than just generally show up and be a pest. I think we've hacked all these sites. We've hacked the planet. So let's move on to a new one. Actually, I just need to warp to. Let's go to about 70. There's a lot of moons in Gerber as well, so also very nice. We'll go stealth. We'll go cloaked and go hang out somewhere. Yeah, basically. I'm just like, I got it. Unfortunately, like I've mashed the buttons and like there's like so many hotkeys for things, and I'm like, oh, did I screw up my camera? Let's see. So we've got three cosmic signatures that are still unaccounted for. Got anything interesting? Let's shrink it. Well, I better do it like this because I don't think I. Typically, the quote unquote fastest way to do it is kind of just start a date, enter on the spot. Okay, so that's a wormhole. That's fine. We're not interested in those though. Currently. What is going on? They're both there. Oh, okay. I see. They're both like basically right on top of each other. And you basically you start at like 8, you center it there, and then you just go down 1 every time, and you kind of move and adjust and find the right spot to where you're hitting them. Get it marked up. That's pretty close. Down. Do a scan. Since nobody's in the space currently, we don't need to like be too concerned about keeping a scan out. Just kind of wait until other people show up for that. Okay. Shrink down again. Do another scan. Oh yeah, too much muscle memory from like other games, and you're constantly hitting a button from something else, and you're like, wait, no, that's not the thing I'm looking for. I keep getting the muscle memory for this stuck in my head. Which, funny enough, like my brother and some friends of mine, we all got together last night. We're playing that Mecha Chameleon game, and I got very used to trying to work through like how to lock yourself in place so you can paint yourself. It's basically like a hide and seek game where you have like a palette that you can kind of paint yourself and try to blend in with your surroundings. And like I got very used to like the mouse controls for that. And so afterwards I logged back into Eve for a little while, and it's like, oh, maybe I'll do some other stuff real quick. And I got very I got very confused because I was like still sitting there trying to do the mouse movements for that and move around in space. I'm like, what? Why can't I? Why can't I rotate the screen? Oh, because I'm clicking middle mouse. Yeah, it is basically like You are trying to S SCC secure key storage, huh? You are you're like a tiny little like almost stick figure-y type guy. That's just a blank canvas, and you get to an area, you find a position to get into, like a pose or whatever, and then you can like basically try to paint yourself up to match the surroundings so that you're harder to spot. Because like the game works by you get points for the hunters, the people that are trying to find you, if they're looking at you but don't find you. Like they have to be able to like see you on the screen somewhere and have you in line of sight to get points. So the longer you are sitting in plain sight somewhere but not getting found, the more points you get. And so a lot of it comes down to like finding a good position to be in. Um, and early on, it was real tough to get around that idea of not just like trying to cram yourself into the tightest little space somewhere where nobody will ever find you. You want to be found generally, but you want to be able to like camouflage in with the terrain well enough that nobody finds you where you're at. Or they see the direction you're in but not see you for as long as possible. And they've done it like a real that now the interface is kind of very bare bones. I mean, there's a lot of options, but it is very not like kind of user unfriendly. It is. I would say that actually, if you're used to using paint programs or using like paint digital art software in general, like you might have a better time of it because there's kind of once you get yourself in position, there's so many like different keys for like how do you pan around yourself to paint at different parts of you since you're a 3D shape. Like how do you pan around yourself without moving yourself on the map, but also like there's keys for like saturation and hue, and there's like a metallic slider that you can kind of deal like add sort of metallic reflection to your color, uh, and a lot of it boils down to like being able to basically dropper from the surrounding terrain and like apply texture to yourself as best you can to hide. But it's a fun game. It's definitely, I would say, a more fun game if you have decayed relic site. It definitely feels like it's more for like I would say 6 to 8 players or so. Like you could play with smaller groups. It's just um, if you're only playing with like let's say one hunter and 3 people are hiding, there's only 3 people to look for in this like huge these big spaces, and so you could run around all over the place and maybe not see anybody for a while. And alternatively, on bigger maps, it does feel like having 2 hunters is probably like the minimum, depending on how many people you've got. Hey, okay, so we have a relic site there, another data site to peek at. Let's go see what's going on there. We can also bring these back because we've scanned everything in this space that we are interested in. And since I've gotten my hacking quest done, I will probably go do other things after this. Maybe some mining mission quests. SCC Gunstars. What is this stuff? Oh. I don't really want to be close to things that are gonna
Active.
attack me. Hold on, what's this? What is these things? Or what are these guys? I don't even know what this faction is. Oh, these are Eden Calm guys too. Yeah. I'm not particularly interested in hacking those things.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I don't think. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it, is the problem, I guess.
Single player. Besides Warframe, I do. I'm like, I think this is like really the only. Well, no, I guess I do have a group of friends that I do occasionally play stuff with, but it's, it'll usually be, a couple games a night of like repo or played up or some little like group friend game. Like this is the only game I'd say that is more like an MMO or like a persistent online sort of thing. Oh, you're on the app. Oh yeah. They're like, uh, I would say like played up. Well, I played up can be, I guess, a chaos game. I guess there's a little bit of like trying to puzzle solve the best way to do a recipe and like the layout and all that stuff. I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, like we play a lot of Spell Brigade as well, which is a sort of it's like a Vampire Survivors co-op game where you like build up your like as you level up you get spells and you get to like increase the damage or like range of spells, and you manipulate your magic as you level up or complete tasks. And it's a fun little. It is like I said, it's kind of a vampire survivory bullet heaven. What was I doing? Oh, I'm taking the. Sorry, I'm taking the scanner out and putting the relic scanner in, a relic analyzer rather than the. Vampire Survivors is the like pixel one, yeah. Data analyzer, put it. The I guess it did later get multiplayer version or multiplayer like settings though, didn't it? Or get some money and get some stuff there. For any corporation. Huh. It's maybe it cared about where I was when I activated it. Oh well. But Spell Brigade, I would say, it's your standard like 3D. It's just more like a more fancy Vampire Survivors, but multiplayer. Here.
Warp drive
The
active.
Decayed Serpentis Mass Grave. What do we got at the site? There's a lot of frozen corpses in space. Let's speed run over there real quick. Hmm. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't think there's anything that I would just like say, nah. Nah, I'm not. Nah, I'll never play that, or I don't play that, or whatever. Like, I don't think there's any game types that I just like. I mean, maybe something like Tarkov. Just because, like, I don't know that I would have the time or patience to sit down and mess with that sort of thing. Also, I've heard that like the company is the some of the decisions the company has made with the game itself is also kind of hurt it. So it maybe it wouldn't really even be worth messing around with. But like it's not the concept specifically that I don't like. It's just the current implementation of it, maybe. Not bad. Some nice rubble loot there. Does it say? It didn't say. I was hoping it would tell me like which one is the more valuable of the group, but it doesn't. Let's try it. Now we can slow down. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 5. Yeah, well, I mean, I would maybe like still play Destiny 2, although like it would be probably too late. I would have to be starting now to really have much to do, since it is sort of ending its run. But yeah, but that's more of a situation where like maybe I'm just too late for it. It's not. I may have checked it out at some point in time and been like, oh, okay, yeah, I'd play this. But you know, if it's not an option anymore, then it's just like, well, you know, I may have played it at one point in time, but now that it's not an option, it's just like, eh. Removal of paid content, as in like they sold expansions or whatnot, and then remove those afterwards. Eesh. That seems odd. Like, why would they do that? Oh no. I definitely remember doing a bunch of that when I was in my like cheapo starter ship. I would fly in, run face first into a structure to hack it, and I would just be bouncing up against it constantly because I'd just be like, I need to hack this thing as fast as possible. The heck with the the heck with like sitting here trying to mess with my adjusting my speed and turning off my engines and whatnot. I just need to get over there and hack it real quick and then move on. But that's because in the early ship you don't have the cloaking devices that let you go and hide somewhere. So early on you're just like, I gotta do this now, and then if I see somebody in the system, I gotta go hide hide off somewhere in some odd corner of space. Now I have a little bit more security, so there's probably something here. That open. Hey. With stealth kills. I mean, hey, sometimes you just also kind of get in that habit of doing a thing and you just do it that way because it works, and you're not like, there's no reason for you to change to another system or like to handle the thing a different way. She's just like, yeah, I got the kill and got the loot. I don't need to just. Alright. I mean, we're all a little bit of an idiot. That's why we're hanging out on the internet all the time. But yeah, sometimes again it's just like a bad habit that you just can't break, and you know that you shouldn't be doing it that way, or you shouldn't. You know that there's a better way of doing it or whatever, but you're like, I also sometimes rocks are not solid, they're just decorative. So sometimes you just go through it. It's one of those weird things where they didn't give everything collision because it's just like either my thought is that they probably made a bunch of like preset locations and decorated them all up, and maybe they had some like collision problems with them at some point in the past, and there's like, heck with it, we can't get it to work. If we can't get it to work right, or people keep getting stuck here or whatever, like just make it a non-solid rock. It ain't that big a deal. Ooh, that was not worth the effort. That's okay. Mount. So, and that's the thing, like, I guess I never really played Skyrim enough to get to that point where I was like trying to ride horses up mountains and such. But yeah, I know of the mountain climbing horses, and how easy it was to kind of like finagle your way up geometry just by like pushing up against grooves in the mountain, just the right angled grooves to, like, get a thing done, get up the side of a mountain or whatever. I keep an eye out because that guy is back in the system. He might not be. He was just out here in a Vexor, so he's probably just ratting earlier. He's not anything to be too concerned about. He was just very unlikely to like be able to scan me down in that ship or find me in space. Let me just start repairing them just in case. Where is this thing at? There it is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And it's worth junk, but that's fine. It's okay. We got everything we got everything done that we needed to do. I I feel that like that happens a lot in those Bethesda Elder Scrolls games. That there's a lot of like goofy side questy type stuff that a lot of the stuff that happens in side quests is very like goofy or referential or whatnot. Or there is a decent amount of that sort of thing in the side quests that you're just like, what? Wait, what am I doing? I thought I was supposed to be this guy that's trying to stop the cataclysm from happening. What's going? No. Oh, okay. I guess I'm trying to like steal this guy's cheese because he's angry at a rival chef. It's just something goofy like that. All right, let's see. I think I did get all my stuff back in. Let's go to let's get out of here.
Drive active.
Let us get out of here and go back out of space. Ba-ba. I could stop and check real quick. There is one more site that's popped up since I left through here, but I don't know if that's yeah, why not? I don't think I'm not like packing a bunch of stuff that's yeah, why not? It's just the one site. Let's go to here. We'll warp real quick. We'll drop probes.
Warp drive active.
And then on the way, we go stealth. And let's scan the system. I don't think I played deep enough in to get to like a lot of goofy stuff in Skyrim. I think I've just seen other people play it and run into some of the goofy. Also, like, I mean, I guess it kind of, or it could kind of make sense, but like the concept of people eating the giant's toe is also like just a very weird, like what? Why would people eat the giant's toe? Like, what is with a number of crowd? Yeah. I kind of just like watching people that like end up either like breaking the game or like tweak and modify it because they've played it so much. Like maybe they do goofy stuff with it. Like the Spiffing Brit does a lot of that kind of stuff, where they'll like, put it on like hardcore survival mode, but they can only use magic, or you have to build the stealth archer, but it's going to be hard to build the stealth archer because everything will like one shot you. The spoon weapon. Yeah, I I've not heard of the spoon specifically. I do remember there being like maybe that might have been in was the one before that, Oblivion, where there's like the pitchfork, like the like killer the killer farmer's pitchfork. It's like a special weapon. I Or maybe that was even further back. Maybe that was Morrowind. Cosmic Signature. But I also it's kind of gets to a point where there are so many games out there. There are just so many games out there that like it. Sometimes you just don't have the time or like the mental bandwidth to sit down and play every single game that comes out. And you're just like, you know what? Maybe this is one of those games where it's not important that I play it myself, but maybe it's more fun to watch somebody else play it. Maybe I'll get just as much out of it that way. Ooh. Hold on. A combat site we don't care about, so let's just bail out of here. We'll head back to safer space.
Warp drive active.
Filaments are kind of interesting. I might try. I only have. This is kind of the last day that maybe I can poke at them later. Filaments kind of open these. They open these instance dungeons where you go in. Well, they're kind of instance dungeons. There's you open them up, and you go in, and there are like I think it's 3. There's typically like 3 big areas you go into, and you have like these like battles you have to go clear through and deal with. And there's different challenges in each one, different enemy types. Maybe there's traps, maybe there's conditions. And you have a timer. Like you have like I think it's like 15 minutes to go in, get through, destroy all the stuff, and then get to the end and get the loot. And if you don't beat it within 15 minutes, you just blow up, you lose your ship, you lose your clone, all that stuff, like just gone. You're toast. But otherwise, you kind of just blaze through it real quick, and you can get some pretty cool stuff. Although a lot of it, I don't know if it's... I don't imagine that it's like entirely outclassed or anything, but I keep hitting the wrong thing. A lot of those materials were used specifically to build these trig ships, the Trig Valiant. And that's like that's if you needed to build these, you would have to collect that stuff from there. But I only ever got I'd say I only have frigates 3 and frigate that skill. I can only fly in this little one. I have one of these sitting back at base that I have not fitted because I just don't have the skills for it, for one. I can't look at it without the... There it goes. But it has energy neutralizer, smart bomb, remote. Also, that's also part of the trig thing, is not only do they have these like beams, the slow roll up, charge up beams that they shoot on people, a lot of them have remote armor or remote energy transfer. So they're supposed to be, not only do they like kind of all fire in a network on somebody, like they find kind of all focus fire on a target. They also like all try to link up to one another to like share energy and or like repair each other's shields constantly. That's part of their gimmick. And they get bonuses to doing that thing. All right, let me dock up and grab that stuff there from that station, and I'll go drop it off at home, because Torvi's not too far from home space. Also, let me grab... I need to get people...
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I just got schedules set for this weekend and next weekend's arcade pit, so I need to... Like, yeah, kind of a swarm, almost kind of a swarm slash hive mind effect. Like they all are kind of, they very much all want to be connected to one another in some way, so that they can basically become more power. They do more damage and are more stable when they have multiple ships around them to link onto like that. Oh yeah, wrong thing. Although I might as well mark it while I'm here. Actually, while I am in space, I guess I should like set this destination. Let's add that as a waypoint, and then we'll go here and go there. That way, I have a marker for all the stuff that we need to go, or all the spots that we're stopping. Alright, so let's get all this stuff. Oops. Select all. Grab all this stuff. Put it in your ship. And then we'll head back home. Second. Okay. For some reason, sometimes things will pop up still, like you're still focused on them, or still checking them constantly after you, because normally, like when you pop out of stations like that, especially in lower security space, you would want to be able to like ping and check the map and go like, okay, I'm leaving the station. Is anybody hanging around? Do I need to be worried immediately? And so sometimes that's something you need to be focused on. But I thought that it only popped up if it was open before you went in. I thought I closed it. Maybe I did not. Prefer doing traditional art over digital. I could probably... I would... Okay, so I don't do much art, but I would probably agree as well. I guess that's mostly just because, like, I would have less difficulty fighting with the program as much as I would, like, physical, like, pens and pencils and such. Like, need to detail everything. I guess, yeah, it would feel like, especially if you can get it, if you get into the flow where you're drawing everything you might also go like, oh, well, since I have this flexibility to do these kinds of things, I probably should. But I, and then I guess that's kind of a thing with art in general. Like for me, in my head, even though I don't do much art, for me it's always like, could I, can I stop my brain from wanting to draw something that is very detailed? Because even if my brain is like, wow, I've got this detailed idea and this picture that I want to draw out, like, can I actually just draw a simplistic enough thing to get the picture the picture across without like getting stuck in that quagmire of like, oh, but I want to add these details. I want to make it look like the thing I'm thinking of, and the fact that it's not like what I'm picturing in my head is killing me, and I'm just like, ah, no. Yeah, I mean, just even just attempting the art and trying and putting something out there is like generally still better than not doing that, not getting to that point, because at least you tried. And even if you like, even if it doesn't turn out great, like you've at least tried and given yourself, maybe that little bit more practice towards the next time and the next time. And oh hey, even if it gives you a bit of a routine to like drawing, or maybe they get you, some other ideas pumping, you're like, hey, I can get into this, I can do more of these things, like I really like the way this part looks, so maybe I can work with those more, do some more of this. And but yeah, it has been one of those things where I bought a tablet and a small like piano keyboard, because I also used to enjoy like messing around with music programs and making tunes, but I never really hammered down enough in that software to get things to sound the way I wanted to, or like perfected the way to like get audio like recording the way that I want. It's one of those things where looking at it from the outside and getting to that point where like I just want to be able to like, belt out some little tunes here and then like work on from that. And the software is like, well, if you want to do the thing, you need to know how to do the software first. Like you need to know the ins and outs of like where all those features are in the software, and how do you like click and access the thing to do this thing. And it's like, I for one, I like messed around with so much different software that would change from time to time. And then, as you get older, you just like don't have enough free time or enough mental bandwidth to sit down and just go, okay, look, I'm gonna pour through this book and I'm gonna mess with, building this. I'm gonna figure out how to work this software. I'm gonna figure out how to, get this synthesizer or the sequencer like lined up and everything the way I want it to. And I'm like, your brain buffering. Like, are you we talking like, um, so for me, since I have fibro, I do get some like brain fog. And the thing for me, a lot of times, uh, like in my head, I picture the word. I know, especially when I'm talking, I know the word, I know the thing I'm thinking of, but for whatever reason, it's as if I've forgotten that specific thing. Even though I'm like, mentally, I'm looking at it and going like, ah, yes, it's Indiana Jones or whatever, and I just see Indiana Jones, but like for whatever reason, my brain just cannot find the word Indiana Jones. It's just like, that. And I don't want to sit here and go like, oh, the guy in the brown hat and he's got a whip and is in khakis and hates snakes. It's like, in my head, it's just like, yeah, that iconic shape and features. And and that's just, and that happens with a lot of different words too. It's just like I know the word, I like stop on it and like and then I just like assume that like people know the word I'm talking about. Like, oh yeah, you know that thing. You know the sometimes like my brain is just like, we're going down this pathway, and so surely you know what I'm talking about, but do you know what I'm actually talking about? Because my brain doesn't want to say the word or can't think of the word. So it's just like, like when the thing happens, and that one album by those guys, and it has that song on it. I don't know. Sometimes it's just it is just kind of a brain fog / getting old thing. What? Hold on a second. So we've got things to pick up here. The item hanger. Let's grab this.
Have a pleasant journey, Capsuleer. Warp drive active.
Yeah, yeah. So and hopefully at least there you're talking to people who are around the things that you're talking about all the time, or know of the thing that you're talking about. So it's at the very least you even if you don't know the specific name or the specific model or whatever, like you're in that space where like other people are like, oh yeah, 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 that thing, and yeah, they can hopefully easily look up and be able to tell you more specifics about it, and pinpoint what you're looking for, etc. Sponge brush. Yeah, yeah. That I've definitely had that happen before too. Just being like, you, for whatever reason, you know the mental image, and you know all the things, you know what it is, but like for whatever reason one word just won't come out, and so you have to like try to paint the picture around that word. And it's something, sometimes it turns out humorous. Like you can end up having a good laugh over the things that pop into your head as you're trying to like spitball your way to that thing, describe the thing you're talking about, or find the word. Sometimes it can be obviously very frustrating when you're like, hey, I need to find this thing. It's very important, and and sometimes you're just not having the best time getting it. Oh, getting it described quite well enough for somebody else to like to come in and go, ah, yes, the thing that, to be able to help you out with it, or to be able to jog your own memory to the point where you remember it and go, oh. Yeah, yeah, it is definitely, I would say, one of the more frustrating things about, like I said, I don't know if it's just getting older, if it's like brain fog,
I know I get brain frog, brain fog from like the pain condition, like the fibro and that kind of stuff, and the fatigue. Like, it kind of all snowballs into the brain being a bit overloaded, and so it doesn't quite work as well as you'd like it to. But I mean, just in general, when your brain starts not working the way you were used to it working, it becomes very frustrating because you know normally how it works. You know normally like how capable you're able of doing certain things, and so when your brain stops being able to do that as well, it definitely becomes frustrating. But I mean, yeah, the best thing you can do is just make a joke of it and just be able to just kind of go, oh, okay. Hope as much. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, and it's the problem is not a it's not a problem of ignorance of what it is. It's a problem of like that little hiccup in getting somebody else to recognize the thing, and usually that means you're trying to find the right word in your brain that describes the thing better than the other words you're finding. That's usually what it is for me. It's like I'm looking for this more precise, specific word, and like for a while there, um, I ran into this wall of the word proprietary, and I was just like, where people they like companies will make things and they're very specifically designed to work only with their things, and if they make a new thing, sometimes it just doesn't work with that thing because they've decided to do it differently now. It's just like, or it doesn't work with anything else that might be similar. And for the longest time, I'm like, my in my head I know what the concept is, but I just could not like remember the word proprietary. I just always would lock onto it. Like it starts with P, and it's like it's this concept is like and some of it is just like if you don't if you don't use the word particularly often or think about that concept particularly often, you just like sometimes you end up just talking about it like that. You're just like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. This company X is doing this thing, and they've made their cables only work with their things, and man, so often sometimes they'll break, and you just can't ever get a cable of that type. You gotta buy it directly from them. You don't end up using the word because you're just taught. You're like a lot of times you end up just discussing the thing or the concept itself in the more roundabout way when you talk with others. And so sometimes you just don't use that word enough in your, you know, sometimes like that's the way it ends up in your brain. Like the concept of like things like proprietary just end up being that conversation about like a thing because you don't use that word that much. Instead, you talk about it like it is that concept of such and such makes this thing such and such way and it only works this way and because you talk about it like that. And so unless you're like in tech, you don't sit around and talk about like proprietary technology all that often. I'm gonna do to unload my stuff. Oh wait, we're still at this place. Why did I not leave? So this is some scrap metal or some scrap ore that I had left in the station somewhere. So if you leave items in player structures, um, if the player structure, so let me back up a step. Player structures require like fuel to keep running, and so players will like constantly bring in stuff to stash in the station to keep it powered. Uh, if at some point, let's say it becomes unpowered,
Warp drive active.
or let's say the corporation's just like, hey, this thing isn't worth the time and effort anymore. I'm just gonna, power it down and then sell it or move it or what have you. If you have stuff in that station, just like, you know,
Documentation requested.
stray items hang around, if they sell and get rid of that station, everything that's in the station like it gets shipped basically to other stations in the system. And it'll go to NPC stations so you can pick it up later. And usually there's just like they charge you like a small, real small fee to go pick it back up. Yeah, because sometimes you don't even remember that you had certain stuff stashed in player stations. Like, there was a station. Where was it? I had I might bring that ship back this way. Is it an Imya? It is an Imya. This this thing here, I think, was in a player station at one point in time because there was a box that had like just ore in it, and I would hang out in space and just be flying this thing and just using it to let drones do all the mining for me. And I think I left it parked in a player station because that ship and that box of stuff was all at the same station. Though maybe no, it had to have been the excess was in that station. So my guess is that I probably left the ship in there too. But anyway, like all that stuff got transferred to a NPC station, so I could go pick it up. I'm trying to think. I'm gonna fly this thing back. Um, I might as well. I don't really necessarily need it down this way. There's nothing fancy hanging out there. Although I guess it'd just be. Do I really want to waste the time right now to do it? That's the kind of thing I probably do like when I'm tired and ready to go to sleep or whatever. I'll just like, let me go fly a thing back and forth between places real quick. Let me go move that thing. I'll fix it later. Mm, I did want to do some mining quests just because I need to get some mining reputation up to be able to buy some things, some upgrades that I'm looking for. So let's go here. Set destination. Also, while I'm at it, let me real quick. Um, Let me get everything out of here that doesn't need to be in here. Oh, actually, let's do it like this. So filaments and stuff. Let's go stick these in planetary and salvage. We'll put this stuff in planetary and salvage as well. Commodities. Put that in junk. Data cores. I think I had these in the. Let me check real quick. Plasma physics required for I don't think this. I think this is not. I don't think this is saying it's required for these things. I think it's just it gives you these blueprints if you crack it open. What even is this? Like, why would you want to? Excellent condition. Working examples of sleeper technology. You can, I guess that these turn into other invention. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. Decryptors. Okay. I'll have to figure out how those work again. I don't think I've used too many of them before. Which is probably why I have a box full of them somewhere. Or I actually, these are still on the ship. What the hell is Avatrium? The Deathless Circle offers unique trades for Avatrium in Zarzak. Okay. It's probably been a bit. I mean, I hadn't played the game for a few, like several years since I started logging in, like this last week or so. Um, I mean, I've definitely like kind of organized it a little bit just from like putting these boxes in and adding this stuff in. At least let me sort because otherwise all this stuff would just be in the item hanger and you just literally just be this giant pile of junk in the like everything would be in one spot and you just have to sort through it constantly to get to that. um I probably need to organize it a little bit better just because there's so many different categories of things that maybe I'm just like maybe these are construction parts. Maybe these will go in construction parts as well. 'Cause it's part of like figuring out blueprints or whatever. But like maybe it's not quite as useful there. So unsorted junk, and so unsorted junk is usually just the bits and pieces of ships, like all this stuff. Because when you're fighting NPC ships, you can just get random drops of all the stuff that would be on a ship of that class. Like you could just get all kinds of bits and pieces. And so, I store all that stuff just in case I need to throw it on a ship myself. Or you can break it all down into raw materials that you can use to build other things with. So, but that's like a lot of the unsorted junk is just, here's all these armor things that you would put into your armor slots. Here's literal armor plating. But there's also so much of this that, like, as I'm scrolling down, the thing on the side is not moving all that much. A lot of metal scraps and such. Also, maybe I just hadn't hit stack all in a little while, so it just all that stuff stacked up. But maybe Mid-grade snake alpha. Limited ocular filter beta. I don't think I have any on me, so you know what? Why not? Let's plug it in. Sure. These ones like give you bonuses. So like if I were to plug this in, if I plug this in, I would get +3 to perception and uh 0.5 bonus maximum velocity. Yeah, he's real bad about barking at like just anything that passes by. Um he's in down the hallway. There he goes again. Yeah, yeah. The problem is just that he's not super well trained as far as like strangers or especially other dogs go, and that's usually what he gets the most hyperactive about is he'll you know if he sees other dogs he's like what are other dogs doing here now like once he knows the dogs like he's not nearly as much of a crazed lunatic about him because like the neighbors have dogs and they'll sniff and run it you know be chill with each other through the fence. That's all good and like he doesn't have necessarily like a lot of aggression towards dogs. It's a lot of times I think it's just he wants to have other dogs to play with, but like since he's just walking by, he's just like, "That's a dog. I want that dog's attention. I'm going to bark my head off at that dog because it needs to pay attention to me." And it's just like, dude, if you would just chill out more, you would be so much easier to like let go talk to other let play with other dogs more. But also like my sister's yeah, but my sister's got dogs, but her dogs are smaller and or older, so it's just like he can't play with them because he plays like a big dog does. So he wants to roughhouse, he wants to run, he wants to chase and play tug of war and whatnot. Like that's not gonna work with like a Pomeranian. Okay, so we got all the stuff out of the ship, right? Did I totally space and not do that? Oh, I did. Sorry. No, he's like a Staffordshire Terrier mix. What is the other thing? Um, I mean, he's practically like half pit bull. I'll just put that in there. Heck with it. But I'll stick all this stuff in. And, the salvage materials, I know where that goes. That goes in this folder here. Vegetarian salvage, and then all their stuff goes there. But he's not like a huge dog. He's like in that medium. He's in that medium range, like a full grown lab. He would be about the same size as, maybe a little bit smaller. And, I don't know. I've seen some big labs, so yeah, he would be around the same size as a lab. Like he's definitely not like my buddy had a Rhodesian Ridgeback, and like he definitely wasn't as big as that dog, and he wasn't like huge tall. He was like kind of just a big solid chunk of dog. What was I doing? Oh right. Oh yeah. No, I was going to once I got all that stuff unloaded, which we did finally. Let's get in this ship real quick. Okay, did this thing have anything in it? It did not. Is it even fitted? It has one probe launcher in it. Cool. All right. We did get like a fancy little skin for it though, so hey, cool. We'll stick the cool gold skin on it. And I'll clean the ship. All right. It doesn't have anything fitted to it though. I'm just flying over there to do quests, so I don't necessarily need to. It does have 400 storage. That's not bad. Okay, I'll just leave it like that. Let's go fly over there. We'll do some chill missions while the day winds down. Let me look and see what's tomorrow's weather like. What's tomorrow's weather like? Dang, the winds are only 3 right now. What's tomorrow's wind? Oh no, it's supposed to be like. Okay, it's supposed to be like 25 miles per hour tomorrow. But Thursday's supposed to be pretty chill. Friday's supposed to be pretty chill. So Thursday or Friday is probably one of the days where I'll go hit the lake and finally get some fishing hours in. Real fishing hours. Take a break from space for a little while. Break. Oh no, I can't snooze it. For whatever reason, snoozing ads does not work. It used to be that like you could only snooze like 3 ads in a given amount of time. It usually just did it to like hey, give me a second to like finish this thing. Let me pause the ads so that the forced ad break thing doesn't pop up in the middle of something. Uh, but for like the last month, it seems like it just has not worked, which is wild.
Warp drive active.
Uh, but yeah, this. I'm not sure. It seems kind of odd that they would like change it in such a way that it still pops up as even an option. Like if they meant to disable it, like why even have that option there? But let me look and see. While we're flying to our Dabbleer, Aldalabeer, Ardalabeer. Let me look. Um, Let's hop in here.
Warp drive active.
Okay. Cool. I've already clicked on that. And...
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I don't see anything that says anything about it, which is weird. Huh. Maybe it says something about somebody has. Hmm. That is true. That is an important. I would say important. It is a nice benefit to being subbed as a member. Definitely. I don't. Huh. I'm not Yeah, I don't see anything like there's some comments that talk about like it being part of like maybe you need to like log out from Twitch entirely and then like clear some browser cookies and log back in. But what gets me is that like the little snooze button being broken is showing up in OBS as well. So maybe it is something to do with like the login. Perhaps the login thinks that I've used my oops like I've used all my snoozes and it never refreshed them because something got stuck in the back end with my login or something. What are you doing, Goober? You just looking at me from the door? The dog does not like. Sometimes I think I've said it before. He doesn't necessarily want to come into the room all that much. Like maybe if there's a storm, he might come in and like hide on the bed or whatever. But otherwise, He's just like he'll come in to check and be like, "You in here? Okay, see ya." And then he'll just leave. And I'm like, well, okay. So we're here at the place. I think he's just kind of curious as to what's going on, or he might just be bored and he's just like, "Is there anything going on in here? No, still the nothing. Okay, I'm out." Because I've mentioned it to Gravy before. Like the dog, the dog loves to come in, like, and he'll get a treat, and then he'll take the treat in here and hang out in my room to eat the treat, and then he'll leave. And it's just like, what? Why? Why are you coming here just to eat your treat and then leave immediately after? Like what? Like he's just reminding me, like, hey, I got a treat. Cool, I'm out. It's just like, what? All right, see ya. Oh yeah, so we're at the place that we want to be. We want to get some quests done to get some things. We'll go out Do just some chill missions. Mining missions aren't too bad normally. It's just like small group of enemies to fight, some stuff to mine. Pretty standard stuff. Warp.
Warp drive active.
Whoa. There's a that's probably a lag thing. That's probably lag. It probably hadn't started like the actual movement just yet. So on my end, it looked like it started, and it was like, oh wait, no. Now you can turn. Oh, it's just a lot of ore. Okay. Have a lot of ore to mine. Oh, I forget that this smaller ships, it's kind of harder to keep all your stuff that you've got plugged in going at the same time. So things like the shield hardener, the thing that like kind of increases the resistance, the damage resistance of your shields. There's no reason to ever turn that on until you know you're going to be in combat. And so if you're just doing missions, for a smaller ship, you might as well just leave it off. On bigger ships that where you can kind of leave some of that stuff on all the time and you'll never run out of battery, it's not that big a deal. You can just turn it on and just be safe and not have to worry. But smaller stuff, it's not as easy to just leave it on and forget about it. Sorry. Oh, little bit of yawn. I was not terribly tired today. So like this is kind of about the time of day where my body is like, should I take a nap? Should I power down? Or rather, it's probably about the time of day where the caffeine starts to wear off from the coffee in the morning or whatnot. It's just like that has worked its way out of my system, so now it's just like, okay, well, you've not ingested more coffee, so maybe you mean to take a nap now. It's true. A good break. A good break every once in a while. A nice stretch. Also helps.
The asteroid is depleted.
Okay. All right. Let's put all this stuff away. We'll get the salvage drone out. I'll let the salvage drone get to work. It'll go salvage some things. And we'll continue our mining. Continue our mission, rather. I guess that is kind of the worst part of uh Eve is that sometimes it's tough. Sometimes it's gonna just be tough to like pause because like in higher security space, it's not as dangerous to leave yourself sitting out. Like if you need to get up and go to the bathroom or like go get a snack or whatever, or even just like get out and stretch and whatnot. In lower security space, in lower security space, especially if there's no structures or anything to go hide in, much more risky, and it's much more stressful. Like to be go, like, do I unless you have a stealth thing, like otherwise you're just like, okay, if I need to go do the restroom or go to the restroom or whatnot, I either risk leaving myself here and damn the consequences, or I have to like go all the way out, park, then get up and go do the thing, then come back and restart where I was. But I mean, it's not. I guess that's not any. That's not too much different from like doing dungeon raids back in the day too. Like back in the days of WoW, when you had like when you were raiding Molten Core or what have you, and you'd be doing that for hours. Like you didn't really get a. Maybe the raid might take a break every couple of hours, or and go like, okay, hey, we beat this boss. Let's take a break and grab drinks and everything, and then we'll start back again. Oh, oh, that's fun. Because definitely the early days, like you'd be spending a lot of times in a raid dungeon, just like gearing up and readying up and getting resituated, and then you do the thing, and sometimes things didn't work right, so you'd have to do it all over again. It was definitely a thing where you could blow the whole evening pretty easily, just like trying to raid a dungeon, especially if your group hadn't learned it all the way, or if you were in the process of learning it, or people weren't geared enough to really not make mistakes, or I guess the actual statement is, hey, video games can eat up a lot of your time. Oops, I didn't. Mm. Um, yeah, that's also true, especially sometimes you can just get wrapped up in a game and like several hours are blowing by. I've definitely had nights where playing like RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress, and you can burn hours and not really realize the passing of time quite as much. Monster Hunter, yeah, yeah. There are just games where you can really get locked in, and like especially games where you're kind of like constantly having things to do, and those things aren't like terribly repetitive, or even if they're repetitive, like it still kind of engages you in a way that you're having fun and like you're really paying attention, like that kind of stuff. Like you just get so you know fo- you get so focused in on the game that you don't notice the time passing. Mm. Oh, my hair. So much yawn. Ugh. All right. I should be right though. I just need to get stretched out, pop the back a little bit. If it gets to the point where I am too tired to continue, you know, I can stop stream, or at the very least, I could
Is depleted.
just get up and stretch for a bit. Maybe I'll get on the bike for a little bit again. Go grab a drink. Go grab something from the gas station or something. Maybe I'll get a flavored coffee.
The asteroid is depleted.
I kind of. Ooh, there's some dudes showing up. I kind of wish I could ride the bike. Well, no, I guess it wouldn't work that way. I say if I had like a small wagon, or I guess it would have to be a small trailer, something I could like haul the haul the kayak up to the lake with.
Asteroid.
I'd love to use like the powered bike, the electric bike to get up there, and just like have the bike take the kayak up there for me or with me. That would be a fun way to like both get in exercise and kind of get out in the outdoors, and it'd also probably be cheaper just because we wouldn't be paying gas prices. Oh, oops. I hit the wrong. I was like totally thinking of the wrong thing. Sure. Oops, wrong button. I need to click that thing. Okay. Engage target.
The asteroid is depleted.
Back in the ship. Let's get the salvage drone back out again. Let's try and salvage these things before the lasers get done with that.
The asteroid is depleted.
Oh, never mind. Oops. In fact, no, they will. They will, in fact, get done with it. Mhm. Let's get. I'm not gonna mess with like every little drone wreck or whatnot. They're not really worth sticking around constantly for them. I'll probably switch it up a little bit too, and do a couple of mining missions, and then maybe do a couple combats. Oh, excuse me. I would like to get set up to. I would like to try a level 4 combat or so. I would have to fix up that battleship back at base, but
Docking
you also can't do level 4s and up are also locked behind the paid tier.
docking request accepted.
See. Yeah. Let me see what's the price of Plex going for. Maybe I can do the math on what it would cost in-game money. What does it cost in-game money for Plex? 4744 is the current. Yeah, is the current like lowest price. So let's say I wanted to buy 500 of it. Because 500 is how much it costs to uh repay up your account basically. Ugh, so it's 2 billion. Ouch. I mean, theoretically, yeah, it is a lot of cash money. Um, and so part of it is, my cash money is only 3.5. My actual assets. What are my assets sitting at now? My assets are at 18. So, just how much junk I've got sitting around that I could sell, theoretically. So I guess that's not terrible. I could theoretically go in. I mean, yeah, even if I bought the Plex, I would still have, like, enough money to buy ships and mess around with them. That probably wouldn't be too bad. And then if I wanted to Plex up again from there, like, I would have to get around to selling some stuff out from my net worth, selling resources. Which, I mean, I guess that's not bad. I could do that. I could do that easily enough, I guess. So I probably will do that at some point. Although I might, take a couple days break from just like rushing back into just doing more Eve things all the time. Oh no, I don't want to share it with the fleet because the fleet's not anywhere near me. The fleet is for mining. And that's the thing, like, theoretically, if your fleet were doing missions, you could share the XP and everything for your missions with the fleet. Or I guess technically what you could be doing is having like 5 people doing missions, having like 5 people do their own separate missions, and then just have everybody sharing at the same time. So, like, yeah, you're not quite getting. I would say you're still splitting it like 5 ways, but I would think you're also getting quests done faster, so you might actually blow through them faster. It would be more of a like constant game. Which I think that would end up paying off more in the long run anyway. Like, even if you were only getting a fifth of the mission XP or whatever, I think just having more people complete missions faster, because sometimes you just get real quick short missions and you can just blaze through them pretty quick, pretty easy. But
But like even if you were just splitting it like 3 ways, I, I feel like it would work out. I don't know. It would be interesting to check out. Wow, wow. Okay. Let's get out there. Oh, wait. It doesn't. We'll get out there and do some more mining quests real quick. Was I doing brains? This. I was doing this, and then I was going to go in and make sure I stack everything up, because things don't auto-stack for some silly reason. I'm not sure why things don't, like, auto-stack. It seems like it would just be more convenient, unless you specifically manually told them not to stack it up. I think it's probably just old, like, things that have been around and just been that way, and maybe nobody ever bothered to change it. Like the gripe I had earlier about, like, so if you had ammunition in your cargo bay specifically for your weapons, like, I'm not sure why you can't lock down or like have a specific storage spot just for your ammo. Because if everything is just mixed up in your cargo bay, you have to constantly filter out and go, okay, this is my ammunition. This is the stuff that I want in the ship. So now I have to go around it and find all the other stuff and go, okay, now let me take all this other loot out and I'll dump that off. Uh-oh. There's a lot of bad guys here, apparently. Now is when you turn the shields on. You've got like 5 or 6 ships just sitting around you firing at you. Like, they're not hitting me for a ton, but I might as well put the defenses up. Okay. Why they gotta blast me? Okay. The bigger guy is usually the one you have to worry about the most, but I guess sometimes you do run into like very elite built ship units that are smaller. Is Annihilator the bigger one? I think it is, yeah. Okay. Let's see, what do you got? What do you got going? Yeah. Oh no! Oh, and there's one of them. As soon as you get rid of one, the barracudas. Oh. You have like a kind of a worm head on them. It's kind of like wobbling back and forth. Is the silverfish? No, I think they're the same. One of them looks like a kind of bug that swims through the air. It's kind of silly, funky. I do also kind of wish I could fly like a ship like this. I don't know, something about it. I would enjoy like having something like this just to like soup up the engines and see if I could just make it go fast through space.
The capacitor is empty.
Uh-oh. I ran out of battery juice. Which is not a good place to be in. My batteries. And let me turn this back on. I'll turn the lasers off for the mining lasers off for now. Until we get this stuff cleared up. In. Get back to wait, did I? Oh no, it is. Let's look at the ship. Wait. Can I look at what's this thing? Oh. Is this thing labeled on the map? Surely. No? I was hoping that this thing would have its own marker on the map so I could check it out. This I think it's like a station that's been infested by the drone technology stuff.
The capacitor is empty. The capacitor is empty.
Just cruise over here in space, I can. I thought they had these things labeled. I thought this was like an actual like drone hive. I guess I can't click on it anywhere. It doesn't have a actual marker on the map. I think from what you kind of understand of them, just from the description and the quests and stuff, it just seems like it's a rogue AI that like people installed in various systems to like do jobs on like autonomously, and it just kind of like went off on its own and essentially like very much is like self-replicating to the point where it's more of like a bug infestation than just like an AI like doing things it's not supposed to. It's doing a thing that it was programmed to do to the point where it was like GLaDOS. I don't know if there's any like overarching like maybe that's part of a quest line that I haven't run into. There could be some like like grander AI and like intelligence that is behind some part of it. But from the outside, it's mostly just like this these drones that know to reconstruct themselves or like multiply, just do nothing but like harvest resources and multiply, and so they just like infest everything to continue to do just that. It's pretty much like their only purpose at this point. Sassy Hive Mind AI, yeah. It would be like I think there's like definitely some space to like have fun with that sort of like hive mind, but the hive mind just wants to do things that maybe don't make sense to people, and maybe from the outside looking in, it looks like silly or funny. But like it could also be threatening in a way too. It's just like, hey, you know what? We really want to consume all your plant matter because we really just need to like create fiber products. They don't like even want it for like any. I mean, that could be a thing. Like they were programmed to create this health food product and whatnot, and like they just got to the point where they could turn everything into a fiber product, and so now they just go throughout space like grabbing any sort of like plant fibrous plant material, and they just break everything down into like a very bland edible fiber supplement. For whatever reason, they just cannot be stopped. Their sole purpose in existence. We will scrape this planet clean of trees, also that we can provide fiber for your healthy digestion.
Or maybe the AI just has like a real like a preference for a specific color, and if your ship is painted blue, then you know what, it leaves you alone. You're on the cool guys team, and everything works out. They treat you with respect. If you're in any other color ship that's not blue, they will attack you and break you down to make you into a ship that is blue. Or maybe if you're real nice about it, they'll just paint your ship for you. Yeah, something like that. Like, and that's kind of that um oh, what's the author's name? The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Adams. I mean, that's definitely like a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy sort of thing. Like a all dangerous AI is taken over this planet, but it's because specifically because nobody could stop it from constantly wanting to turn everything into paper clips or office supplies for some evil conglomerate you know paper products plant, or so space. It'd be like a glow galaxy wide like paper pushing corporation that's just like, hey, we really need everything in this world to be pins or productive papers, maybe staplers. We need everything in this like sector of the galaxy to be staples. We just go through so much. We do so much paperwork. We go through so many staples that, you know what, we just really need these systems designed strictly just to give us more staples. Or heck, maybe they staple things for us. But unfortunately, they get to the point where there's so much paper to staple that they start to, you know, not recognize what it is they need to staple and just know that they need to staple. And so maybe they become this conglomerate of things that they've stapled together over time because can't figure out they can't really figure out how to do things properly. The only thing they do know is to staple things, and sometimes it works out and they just go with it because to their simple AI mind it works. So sometimes we just staple things to things and it works, and we run with it. Where is the? Did we not get physics? What? How did we get over it? Huh. Did I accidentally click on something twice and like drift away from where it was? Yeah, it also could just be something like that too, where it's like you show up and you just so happen to be the wrong color, or like maybe there's just the wrong number of you on the ship or something like that, and there's like we can't have anything that's numbered 4 if you're not if you're not if you're not if you're not 4 of something, then we're gonna have to change that. There's too many of you on that ship. Well, listen, we're gonna get rid of you until there's 4 of you. So you better figure out who's going. Because if there's not 4 of you on that ship, you're in trouble. Your ship doesn't have 4 engines, you're in trouble. Yeah, sometimes it is very easy to get off on a tangent and then forget what you were doing specifically. But I'm just kind of confused as how I got that far away from the ore. I must have like double clicked in space and just drifted. Oh yeah, because like I'm way up here somehow. Yeah, I must have just accidentally clicked. I don't even know how. You know what? Heck with this. I will. We'll just warp out. Oh shit! Stop! Stop! We'll stop and we'll warp. We'll just warp back in instead of like wasting the time of like trying to drift around this giant crater or this giant boulder that does have collision. Boulder, asteroid, planetoid, what have you. We're outside this purple sun. Or I'm assuming it's like a blue sun, isn't it? Description. Huh? I thought I clicked the sun. No. There you go. Red white tent? Yeah. Huh. Okay. I don't think that there is any. I don't think there's any sort of space, like features of space that you need to generally be concerned about in that way. At least that, not that I've run into. I think that some of that kind of stuff has shown up for events. I want to say that there was a like a rolling storm thing that would come in some areas, and in like when it showed up in a system, it would knock out local, so you couldn't see who was in the system. You could talk and such, but you couldn't like hang out. Or sorry, you could talk, but you wouldn't see anything, and I want to say you couldn't like scan in the space either. It was just kind of like you are in the dark and people might run into you. What is this?
Active.
Oh, okay. Somebody has given me has put me on their watch list, or has marked me as not somebody to worry about in space. Basically, is what the standings mean. Or somebody you can rely on in space. I will go ahead and mark him in turn. Although I don't need to send notification to him to say that I've set him as that. Now we can finish this up. Yeah, no problem. Doing a stretch. Some rewards for something, I assume. I don't think I have anything on the market that anybody's buying yet. What's my... I'd have to look in the regional market to find out whether or not I have a blueprint and one broken drone transceiver to sell. Um, mm, dun, 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 dun. Da-da, da-da-da. Mm-hmm. Hey, we're still not done with the quest though. 'Cause this is just one of those ones where
Overdrive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
what else we got? all this and stash it in the junk drawer. And then I can go back out and finish the quest.
Warp drive active.
You are all good. Sometimes you just, you gotta go deal with things. And other things that just take a back seat. Excuse me. Like, sometimes I just gotta get up and stretch or go grab a beverage. Where's the mining? Is it really only that far away? It could also just be small. I guess it is just a small asteroid. It's not a... I'm sitting here going like, there's no way that that's only 16 kilometers away, like way over there. But also, if these are like smaller rocks, then yeah, it's just that they're small, so it looks. I gotcha. I. Let me. I might look and see if I get something to drink. Something with like a little caffeine nudge in me. Otherwise, I might end up falling asleep. And that's not like just from me playing a game or anything. That's like I might just. We.
The asteroid is depleted. Warp drive.
Yeah, I may when I dock up and the ad break is going, I will go and like, get up for a brief second, get a stretch, grab something to drink. Let me do that real quick. I'll be right back in like probably be a minute.
Permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh, excuse me. It took a little longer than I thought it would. I'm also like trying to figure out how I goofed up my leg because it does feel like I pulled like the outside, no, like the outer thigh muscle. I don't know. It's kind of funky. Yeah, much appreciated. Okay, let's. I gotta empty this out. Put this in. Finish the quest. And keep the reward for myself, because again, like, distributing my quest rewards across 17 people might be a little much. Okay, let's change this. The hacking potato, since it does have a very curved lump shape. Especially from like this angle, you're just like, ah, this is the space potato. I haven't today. I have a suspicion that I was sitting in one of those oh, what are they? They're like a kind of a kneeling chair. They're not like the normal. I'm trying to remember what the like name, the particular term for the seat is, because it's basically like a seat, but you put the knee, like you put your knees like down in front of you, and your legs kind of sit like lean back, and it has no back to it. Yeah, it's and I wonder if it was just like a me I like hadn't sat, because that's usually the chair I sit on when I go like play games with my buddies over there, and I wonder if it's just like a thing where I hadn't been sitting in that chair for so long, and then like I sat, messed up your neck on one of them. Oh no, like from sitting in it, or from like falling out of it, or for both. Ugh. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Both happened. Ew. Yeah, it's one of those things where I hadn't I at first it was real like odd getting used to it, but like I said, every time I go over there to play games or whatever, like that's just the chair I've been using for now. But I wonder if it was just me not sitting in it right or something. Because I usually don't have any problems with my back sitting in it, but like today for some reason, unless I slept wrong and just somehow slept in a way that like stretched my leg out wrong, then I guess I guess if you have like gamer posture issues, like where you are very prone to like shrimping or whatever, I could see that being like that sort of chair essentially like encourages it almost, because you could very easily like be leaning forward in the chair and still kind of like your lower half would still be somewhat comfortable in it, but yeah, you could like totally end up like sitting your upper body wrong in it in a way that like you normally wouldn't. Where was I going? I was doing something. Space potato. Was I gonna go to the missions? I could go sniffing around that wormhole, maybe. Contemplate. So we've got that. Oh yeah, I could see that. Especially if you were if it's one of those things where you are used to like leaning back against the chair to like kind of like stretching in against it or like to adjust yourself in your seat, you're just like leaning back. I could see being very easy to like lean back and like, oh, oops, there's nothing here to support me, and just kind of either stretching out your lower back or like just totally slipping yourself out of the chair. I'm sitting here like, what was the thing I was going to do? I kissed the floor of the tank. Yeah. I could. I think I've had issues, with that chair. Like not from sitting in it from like I guess it's from sitting in it too long. Like normally, if you're sitting in a chair for too long, it's more of your like you usually it's your butt or your like lower back that ends up getting like stiff. But in those chairs, for me, it's like legs will get stiff if you are in that chair too long. And so I've definitely had times where I've gotten up or like, needed to get up out of the chair and been like, oh, like, what am I doing? Why does my body feel this way? And it's like, yeah, sitting in this chair for 4 hours or whatever without moving. Like, yeah, that's probably part of the problem. I could do that mission stuff. Where's my ship parked at? What's in Nay? Nah, nothing. It is Holly, I think. It's either Holly or Tully. It is Tully is the one we're gonna go to. It's got my quest boat. Yeah. Okay. We'll go to Tully. We'll do a couple of combat quests where we can just blow up some dudes.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. And that's kind of that's always the worst part about like sitting or like positioning yourself, like bad posture or whatnot. Like it's not a thing where the pain is just immediate really and you're like, oh shit, why did I just do that? It's a thing that like you can get into and be in like a position for like an hour or 2 or 3 before like your body just suddenly goes, by the way, you've screwed up for the last 2+ hours, and now it's gonna feel bad, and you're just like, wow, why did I do that? Or why didn't you tell me sooner that I was screwing up, body? What's your deal? Why do you hate me? Like, no, sorry, you should have known. You should have realized it yourself. A lot of times for me, that's like when I'm trying to sleep, or if I've like been resting with my back against things for too long, my upper back. If I've been laying with my upper back against something for too long, like it'll just be like a constant ache for the rest of the day, and it's just the worst part is like if I've been like, let's say I'm like reclining back just to watch something before bed or whatever. If I've done that for too long without like adjusting or moving or whatever, like the upper back and shoulders are just like a mess, and then it's like, okay, well now I'm starting to get tired, but none of my body wants to like be in the position to sleep in. So it's just like, what do I do? Well, I'm just hosed, I guess.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, it's like it is in around the shoulders, like from the. I would say it's like the side of the shoulders to like right up next to the neck. It's basically for me. I'm like 90% sure that it's just like since I've had these like the fibro and the IBS issues, like I can feel when muscles like kind of just involuntarily tighten up, and sometimes they'll like my muscles will just kind of get tense, or if I'm not paying attention to my posture, they'll like I will get them in a position where they are just tense or tightened up, and if they're like that too long, that's I've basically screwed up, and now I'm gonna feel that pain for the next few hours, and then, but I know that like especially if you're just on the computer or using if you have bad posture or whatever, like with your computer usage or whatever you're doing, you don't have like the good posture to straighten out and fix like how things rest when you're sitting. It's very easy to maybe have your arm just so that like your upper back is always kind of tensed a little bit, and so for me there's definitely like a lot of shoulder blade ache and a lot of like in muscle in around the neck area is usually where it is, but so long as I like remember to fix the posture. B, I do have like Aspercreme type stuff. Like I've got some stuff I can rub in if it gets bad, and I can help with some of that. It's not like a cure all, but sometimes you just hit it. You just need to. Oh yeah, yeah. And that's that's one of those things. Like as a kid, especially, I got so used to being able to just sit on the floor or even like lay on the floor for a little while and just like if I was like watching TV or whatever, like I could just be on the floor. But now the floor is like always too hard to be on for too long. Yeah, there are a lot of ways that you can kind of help that don't seem like the most that logically aren't the most effective, or things that you wouldn't think that would help. Ooh, yeah. Have you just like always had like a joint and like muscle type problems, or is it just like a more recent thing, or do you like know like, oh yeah, this is just a thing that's happened from work, like is like I've known my dad was a factory worker, and like I've got an uncle that was a welder, and like you know it, you know a lot of those types of jobs like get very specific, work related aches just because you're constantly doing X activity, and so it is just very likely to you end up with like a sore back or sore legs. for me at least, I have like good days and bad. Like some days are not too shabby, and like I you know, I might not have too much pain. Like even just sitting here, like playing a game for a little while, like I might be a little sore, but like it's not too bad. Like I said, I was more tired than anything just a moment ago, but I'm, you know, things have straightened out a little bit. So now that I'm set up and got something cold to drink. Ooh, yeah, that can definitely. Have you already like been tested for it or anything? Because I know when they started poking around at me, that's one of the first things they tested. Because you know I was always kind of complaining about joint pain ache, and they were like, well, we'll you know give you a they'll take a you know a blood sample for I think it's rheumatoid arthritis is the one that they test for, but then again, I don't know if like does that's one of those things where it's like even if you test for it and find out like does that is there a medication that are with the oh yeah no I feel that one um I I could not see doctors for a long time myself even after the even after the ACA because the state I lived in did not uh, refused to approve of the ACA, so they wouldn't expand Medicaid. Um, and so yeah, I had to go to like one specific thing. Um, I oh, it was because I lived within city limits of the big city. They were like, oh well, you you live here, so therefore you are like covered essentially under this program or whatever for people within the city area codes. And so yeah, but also it is like the like down it was like the downtown like super busy hospital. So sometimes you would get like I would say my doctors that I ran into there were kind of 50-50. Like some of them were real good and they were attentive and they're like, you know, they're asking questions and wanted to test out stuff and make sure things were XYZ. And the other half were like all they just looked at the fact that like I had these tests done and nothing had came up yet and they were just like, well, must be on you, must be in your head. And it's just like, oh, you originally it was like, oh, you sounds like you just have anxiety. Look at your knee. And I'm like, and it was because I was cold. I was like, no, I'm shivering. Like this is me like being cold. That's why I'm like shaking and stuff. And that was one of the things that led me to like the fibro thing. Like my nerves would get like hypersensitive to things. So like it was usually cold. Like my body would just get real cold. Yeah, that's it. Definitely a thing. Like if you know too much, or if you had like that was one of the things is that particular doctor that like thought it was anxiety definitely was like, oh, you've looked up things on your own. You've got like all these you know random thoughts in your head. You're like looking for the problem or whatever. I'm like, no, I've obviously had issues and I've been trying to find things that help with those issues. And you like and the worst thing is just that because they've gone through all this schooling, they have it in their heads that like certain things inevitably mean XYZ, but like there is no way for them to be able to pinpoint some of these issues, or even pinpoint like what is wrong with a person from just sitting down to talk with them for like 2 minutes. Like there's no way that you would get to the point like, but I would assume that my anxiety is so bad that like I'm having like pain conditions and like feeling like I'm having a heart attack and XIZ, like that, like the quote unquote anxiety that's there, like you wouldn't, there's no way in heck that you could have like within 5 minutes of just talking to me like figured out that that's what it was, or even like accurately assessed what that was. So it's it is one of those things where I I I don't necessarily, I blame the system in which like that person probably has like 20 different well, probably not 20, but they have like 16 different people they got to see in a day, or 12 different people they get to see in a day. And so they only have XYZ amount of time to focus on this thing. And if it's not like entirely evident, like if there's not like a giant rash on your arm or something that they can see and go, ah, that thing. And that's also kind of a problem with like general practice doctors as well. Like you can go in and have a problem and point out some complaints or whatever, but if you don't have like a thing that they can see, they themselves are always going to have to like go refer to somebody who is a specialist in it. Like GPs are 95% of the time they're just to handle like colds and flus and cuts and scrapes and like very like visibly / obvious types of things. That's they're, and then if it doesn't fall in those categories, go to somebody who knows. Go to somebody who can run the test, and then you can come back. Yeah, if you had like either chronic health problems or like if you've had enough time in and out of like doctor's offices, yeah, you would definitely understand why people would be super frustrated with like the healthcare system, and why it always makes me laugh when people like think, especially in the US, think that the US healthcare system is so great. It's just like you you clearly have never been through the healthcare system. You are, or you've like clearly had like top tier health insurance your entire lot, your family did, and like you never had to worry about any of that stuff, because like at at best most people have like a shitty high deductible, and at worst they don't have insurance and cannot afford to see a doctor in the first place. It's just like, ideas. Yeah. All right, let me do let me do a quest. I think it's also telling that I like was am / in that tired zone, that like it is very easy for me to get distracted by conversations and not like actually play the game. Yeah, it is. No, you're good. You're fine. Like I am honestly. Oh no, yeah, I absolutely get into that same mindset. Like I will definitely like kind of rant about, especially things related to healthcare. I've definitely been through that same sort of rigmarole of bouncing around and like getting poked and prodded and like having no answers, and then either you have to find a new doctor or convince somebody, like you have to like try to explain something to a doctor in a way that will make them think that there is an actual real thing that isn't like you like absolutely like just read up on this thing and you're convinced you have it. It's weird. It's almost like you have to like figure out the thing yourself and then go look up how that thing expresses itself and then kind of go through and like list this is XYZ, this is what I've got, and then essentially like encourage them to look into that direction, and whether they can confirm it or not, then yeah, that's true too. Yeah, you can't. That was I think that's a problem with like me having gone into the like city hospital type, you know, the downtown city hospital type thing. There's always that thing where, you know, you have to wonder whether or not they're worried that people are there just to try to get like painkillers or medications like that, and are just fishing for pills. And like you have to for me, like, it was just basically you never ask for that stuff. I never did. Like, so it's not as if you're there just to seek attention or whatever. Like, you're trying to find that solution. I only have 5 drones in bay? Wait. Huh? I mean, I assume that the ship doesn't have... Okay, I was going to say... I assume the ship doesn't have a huge drone bay, because it's not a drone ship, but... You're not surprised, you're just sad. What? Excuse me, doctor. Definitionally, what does depression mean? Hey, Raph, how's it going? What is up? Hey, what location?
Warp drive active.
Yeah, the thing that always like got me was that, so that the bad doctor, I'll say, she was very, like, so the first doctor I went to, she was great. Like, she tested for all this stuff, and like she did, she was at least willing to listen and like, give that kind of stuff. And then the second doctor was the one that was just like, listen, I know what I'm talking about, and I think you're just, you've got the thing, you've done this, like, just like, I didn't, what, because you saw that stuff was done on my charts and nothing, you didn't find anything? Like, okay. But like, he was like, well, I think you've just got anxiety, and we're gonna get you through like it was thoughtfulness, or like, yeah, it was essentially like meditation. It was just like, hey, if you're feeling anxious, although they didn't ever say if you're feeling anxious, it was just like, here's how to calm yourself. You do these breathing techniques, and it was just like, okay, cool. And I went through all that stuff, and the guy, after we got done like doing the thing, he was like, okay, cool. Like, and eventually he was just like, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with you. Like, you seem like you've got it figured out. If it were anxiety, you don't seem to be like particularly anxious or showing it. So it was just like, and so they sent me back, after that, and they're just like, it sent me back, and then like that gal, like from that point on, just like didn't do anything. Like they were supposed to send me to other people or whatever. Like, it. Why am I? Oh, they're way out there. Okay. Why are? Oh, I've maybe goofed that up a little bit. Oh, okay, that's fine. I'm not super concerned about it. Whoa!
Is that stud
Raph.
coming?
I
Oh,
beg your
crap.
pardon.
Riff Raff Armory, praise be the thighs. Oh no. I mean, I'm not gonna say no to thighs. Ref. Oh, why am I trying to? Excuse me. You know what? I don't want to get myself blown up here. Let me. Thanks for the raid, much appreciated. I'm like sitting here like, I'm trying to shout you out. And instead of like actually typing the command, no wait, it's SO. Damn. Sorry, my brains are getting shot at by space. You're playing EVE Online as well. Yeah. Word for the day is thighs. I'll spread more. Nice. What were you all up to? Whoa! Damn, I know there's like Zinlock, my dude. I appreciate it. Much thanks for that. Hold on. I'll wait till my rockets run out so I can switch over because I'm shooting EM rockets at these guys, and that is not correct.
This is, my friends, an outrage.
Wait, what are X range 50? Okay, what is?
This is, my friends, an outrage.
Dang, yeah, thank you, Zinluck, and again, thanks for the raid. I was like earlier actually doing like faction things, and now I'm kind of like been at it for hours and we'll just wind it down with casual missions. Yeah, I'm just doing like tier 3 missions because I don't think my brain was quite geared for like doing a tier 4 up, and I don't. No, I think I'm just doing agent missions. I'm just doing a security mission from Age of Special Domain. No, it has been a bit. Like I have not been. So I was playing a bit around and before the pandemic, and then afterwards, and then I like stopped for a while because I was at the time I was taking care of my grandparents, and so I didn't really have a ton of time to be playing EVE, and so no, well it's these are all. Oh, what the hell? Damn. They have a. Oh, maybe they have their stuff up. Here's. I guess it's kinetic. Yeah. Kinetic. Right. Oh, am I that low on missiles? Damn. DFD. You'll have to. I don't know of any like the. Okay, I say I know I've heard of the big corps. I don't know of any. Again, so let me step back a second. Like I said, like I was playing around before the pandemic. I played Omega for a little while then, and then kind of had to hang it up to take care of my grandparents. And then I hadn't been playing it since, like, I want to say 2019, 20 or so, maybe. So it's been some years, and I just logged back in, like, last week. So I was like, I enjoy space. I enjoy games with space and spaceships, and I just wasn't finding much else that kind of fit, like, scratched that itch. And so I got back into it, and I was like, oh crap, there's new ships and things, and there's this like faction thing going on, and like, hey, oh, I can get, you know, a week of the Omega for like, you know, 25 plex. I've got billions of cash sitting around. I'll just buy, you know, with some in-game bucks. Why not? Like, whatever. And so I've kind of been getting back into the groove of things and figuring out what I'm doing. And I will say I'm not like figuring it out particularly well at the moment. But, really cool. I also have not put down my tractor unit either. So I've been too busy. Wait. Oh. Oh no! Don't shoot. What are my drones attacking? You fired those guys. Fire the missiles there. Someone have a hype chest? Okay. That's wild. But yeah, thanks Zenluck, for the gifteds. But you have to explain to me what DFD is. Is that like a corp or an area? I don't know. I'm getting a little mobbed with things, but thankfully none of them can. I guess they are slowly whittling away my health, but not at any rate that I'm super concerned about. Although also, I thought I had more missiles on me than I did. You haven't logged in 6 months. Yeah, like I was. So the thing that got me is that I just logged in to just fool around, just maybe shoot some rocks or whatever. Like, it was just like, I just felt like checking out space for a little while, and then. Oof. Then I noticed some folks were flying around with a Pioneer, and I was like, what the hell is a Pioneer? That's not a ship that I know about. What's going on here? And then turns out, hey, oh, there's new mining ships. And I was like, what? And as a person that like did a lot of mining back in the day, I was just like, oh, okay. You're telling me I've got new ships that I could potentially go into low sec and get blown up in? Okay. Cool. Wait, are you guys just not able to blow up that? Maybe I should have brought tier 2s anywhere with me. Maybe my drones are not up to snuff. Come on, you. I guess it could also... Is it... I'm sitting here like wondering, like, is it a problem with heavy rockets that I'm in too close, and that's why they're not doing as much damage? Because stuff is just way up on me currently, which is a bummer, but... sit here going like, because I thought don't rockets or don't missiles have to have like like a flight up time where they need to, or they do more damage when they've got enough time to fly and travel? Or am I thinking of something different? Blah, blah, blah. Oh well, we're just like a sponge in space. But like, the problem is that I've got like 100 of these dudes just blasting me. Like, what? Why do I have a battleship here now? What's going on? Aw. Huh. Okay, let me go pick up this thing. The thing that is bothering me is that we are somehow not blowing up any ships. Like, I swear we've been shooting that guy for forever, and yet he's still not dead? I mean, I'm basically just gonna go maybe try and pick up my... Also, I probably should just maybe pick off the ships that are easier, that are squishier, and blow them up first. Of code. Ah, yes. The good old, gate camping blast you with were code the ones that like basically extorted you for cash, like to mine in their quote unquote systems in high sec? Yeah. Yeah, I remember bumping into them occasionally. I guess we'll just pick off the weakest links first, and then we'll try and focus down. Maybe the wing leaders are squishier. No, please don't. Here, let me unlock these targets. I don't need them right now. Get rid of these guys first. Why? Hold on. There's... where did my... Oh. We're up on it. Never mind. Oh, actually, let's not orbit it at that. Let's orbit it like 4K. I don't want to get that far away from my tractor beam. Okay, so looks like we are down to smaller ships, hopefully. Let's focus fire this time. But yeah, I do remember like code being not too far from where like the little... I was in a... When I joined up back some years ago, I joined like a little like mining industry guild, and occasionally we'd have like code guys would come and harass us on like the edges of our of the area we kind of were in the most. And they usually didn't mess with me too much because I was still like alpha at the time and just getting skilled up. But some of the other guys would be, you know, obviously more, would have like bigger ships and more stuff to blow up, so they would be the ones that would usually catch the brunt of it. What's going on here? Can we please get rid of some of these squad leaders? Listen, you have more squad leaders than actual squad. This seems... Something seems broken here. Low on ammunition again. Let me try and bump back real quick. Let me just get my shields recharged and come back. I was definitely not expecting this to take... Honestly, I was not expecting to get this many ships on me all at once. That's the thing that's getting me. Yeesh. I'm sure it's one of those things where I blew up the targets that bring the next wave along, and instead of blowing up all the other targets and then leaving those for last, I will warp back to the mission location once I am not about to die. Yeah, that was not what we like to, not like what blah. That is not what we like to see while we are in space. Jeez. Why does it cost that much? Damn. You know what? There could have been a players. Is there a player station in system that I could have docked at, hung out at? Probably one of these. Damn. Oh well. That's fine. Can I... What? Oh wait. Stop. Can I... Does it let me... Damn. I don't think it'll let me warp. Oh, dog. It is not the time of day for that. I don't think I can, like, warp to location, like, 50 kilometers from location, can I? With a mission location. Yeah. Okay, well... Wait, did I have tier 2 drones at the station? No, I don't. I don't think I do. Train the junk drawer, nope. Okay. Nope, I would have had to, like, gone back and got tier 2s. And some more rockets, probably. Ooh. Okay. Alright. What is with all these? Alright, let's start blowing up wing leaders. We'll set default at 35. Even though, like, I'm not gonna outrun him in this freaking Drake. This thing has the speed of snail. Just wondered, like, why... Let's see. Okay, so... Oh, I probably would be better with thermal than with, explosive. Okay, let me turn that off and then we'll switch quick. Oh yeah, we're kicking along at a brisk. Oh, one of my biggest complaints about Eve is how much stuff you have to have on screen to pay attention to. I was just like, wait, doesn't this ship have a warp drive, micro warp drive? It does. It does have an engine on it, and it's obscured by the drone window. Thank you. I just wish I could pop these windows out and have them on a different monitor, please. Yeah, but it's not a possibility, sadly. What are the drones attacking? That is not the target that I told them to attack. Oh, maybe I just didn't have a target to fire at yet, so they just started attacking. Whatever. We'll clear this up. Let's head back towards the... Oh, yeah. That is one thing I do have to remember to do, is turn that off, because I don't want to blow through my capacitor too quick. Oh, like the chat window. Yeah, I guess I am in high sec. I don't really need to be paying too much attention to the chat window at the moment. The fleet, the fleet that I'm in, that I'm not like doing anything, because that's like the mining fleet from earlier today that I just still happen to be in. The fleet is mostly just to do faction mining and that kind of stuff. What's going on here? Squad leader. Oh, wait, don't turn that off. What am I doing? I turned that off for some reason. My brain like looked at it and was like, that's not on. I need to turn that on. I was like, no. No, it is. Why did you do that? Why are you attacking the chief infantry? Oh, come on. I thought when I set this to auto target and focus fire, it would attack the thing I'm attacking. But it doesn't seem to want to do that. Bum, bum. Apparently, another dude has shown up. Captain. Okay, well... let's head up to this thing. Again, my drones are like up attacking a guy that they definitely will not kill on their own. I'm trying to get him to focus fire on things that I can take out of the system quickly, so that I can reduce my incoming damage. Please, stop trying to attack things. Get rid of these squad leaders. Hopefully you all weren't having quite as much problems with space as I apparently am today. I don't know. Every time I stop mining, every time I'm not mining rocks, everything goes to shit. Oh, no, actually, hacking. Usually I have a good time hacking cans, chasing down space loot. Those two things go well. Everything else seems to break. Let's... Wait, okay. Blow up these squad leaders. I'll have to remember next time I do any more level 3 missions to make sure I grab my tier 2 drones. I wonder if I should maybe just build up another Myrmidon instead and just do it that way. Maybe that would go better. What's going... What? Oh, sorry. The drones, again, I was just off-tacking, whatever. Let's turn that way. Wait. EBU. Oh, that guy. Wait. They really hate that Guardian Chief Infantry guy. They just really want to blow that dude up. If they're not attacking that guy, they're asking, why are we not attacking that guy? Drones. Okay. Squad leader. Wait, what's going on? Squad leader, blow up that guy. Please do not attack another random... Yeah, don't attack the chief infantry, please. Thanks. I'm gonna try to get some speed up and get a little bit of distance between me and these guys. And turn it off again. Okay. Squad leader. We're getting rid of all the ships that are easiest to kill first. And then we'll figure out what are the rest of these dudes. They all kind of suck. As far as their armor resistances, yeah. How about you? You seem squishy. Maybe we'll blow up that guy once we get rid of... Oops. Not him now. What do you think of the change? I mean... I haven't... I mean, it's fine. My concern is more like, do they plan on doing anything like more with the game? Like how is it going to affect like future content, or like tweaking things as they are now? Like the name changes, whatever. I know I've seen people like they don't like the name FC because that's always more of the like an in-game term, and they're just like, but like, Praxis fit. I'll have to look at. I know I've got a Praxis set up for lasers. FC back to the original CCTV. Okay, okay. I didn't catch like specifically like all the changes. I just heard about that, and then I knew at one point in time that they like I thought somebody else had bought into CCP, and then that's when they were like trying to make the mobile game and all the other stuff as well. These cross missiles. Okay. What are we doing here? Like, what is the cruise missile? I think my Praxis fit is all. Where you be here? It's all lasers, shields, and I know it does a pretty good job at just like not taking any shield damage, but it might have the it may have the the usual laser problem of like running out of capacitor too quickly because lasers. And since I started as Galente, I didn't have like all the skills invested in all the laser and armor stuff that I probably should have. Well, I guess the armor wouldn't matter in that ship, but did we? Oh no, you're shooting that guy. Oh, but that's fine. Turn back around. Turn around and shoot the chief infantry. I don't know how much, like, drone... The tier 2 drones would help me at this point, but, eh. At least we picked them, whittled them down enough to where... Okay. I will check it out. I do remember hearing a lot of people talking about, like, the Praxis and the,
A module has run out of
what's the
charge.
other one? The Gnosis, like, people running around with those just, like, built out to, kind of cruise, brain off sort of builds. But I think I came back. Oh, I know why I was over here with this. Because I could have swore I had an Ishtar at one point. But maybe it was just the Vexor Navy issue. My Vexor Navy issue and like my Gila were all off doing other things. And like the Gila was built out for abyssals, so I was I didn't want to bother with messing around with like changing that over to do anything else anyway. So I was just like, I'll just run abyssals with that. Yeah. Even the Navy issue. I mean, the Navy... Well, yeah, I guess the Navy issue probably could. I was just like, what will it do fours? I have a, like, Brutix sitting... Or is it Dominix? Dominix? I have one of the battleships sitting in the... No, it's the... brain. Again, I have... Oh, the game is was lagging a bit there. The game is just tired of blasting me with lasers. It's just like, will you please either die or kill us? It's the Dominix? Dominix, yeah. But I definitely need to rebuild that thing. Jump around. Yeah. Holy crap. What? Why? Why is that? Why did they returned? No. Okay. Well. Yeah, you have to like drop your sentry drones and have your sentries just shoot things to pieces. I've blown through so many damn missiles. I might have to just go back just to reload on weapons. Yeesh. Get blasting. Get to blasting. Blasting, please? Thank you. Oh, they're like right here in my face. Could you maybe not... Did I accidentally just, like, hit approach and then... Maybe I did. I probably did. Beep, beep, beep. All right, yeah, I'll have to sit around and mess around with things. Mess around with some of the ships that I have sitting put. To build out a decent like level 4 ship, because I think the only one that I feel like is really built that way, or built for it rather, currently is that Rudix or Dominix. Sorry, but I'm like almost 90% sure that it probably still needs work, because I think I don't know. I think part of it might just be that I had like invested a lot more skills into shield-based skills than I did armor skills. So it may just be one of those things where it's like, oh, these armor tanking ships are just not going to cut it, because yeah, maybe I'm just not particularly geared for or skilled for the things that would be most effective for the ship. But sorry, it has also been like I've been like going for 6 hours now, so I'm just like brain is a little fuzzy. Can you blow that guy up, please? I might need to just go grab more ammo. Grab some more piercing, or sorry, kinetic. Yeah, because it doesn't seem like it's doing squat for damage, really. Let me go. Let me go grab that real quick. Okay.
Our module has run out of charges.
Let me go do the quest. Wait. Oh, it's not that station, is it? I'm a doofus. It's the other station. Don't.
Warp drive active.
Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. Oh, hey.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
All right. Inferno. Oh no, I don't have any Scourge missiles. All right, well, guess I'll hook up these Inferno. Oh, I kind of already had some. Damn. Okay. Well, I'll just have to remember. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, why not? I'll just have to remember to re-missile up next time I'm out. Or, I don't know, build a different ship. We can do that too.
A module
Oh,
has
don't.
run out of charges.
Swap to this.
Warp drive active.
Fly back. Let's try this again. We'll head towards the... We'll head towards our custom ZZZ or ZZT server out space. And then... yeah, no problems. Thanks again, Zenluck, for popping in. And much appreciated for the gift subs. Very awesome of you. Much appreciated. Have a good evening, and make sure you pet that dog. Wait. Need to shoot the squad leaders. Squad leaders. And the wing ones. Where'd that guy at? There you go. Anybody else I need to... Oh, we should probably get rid of some of these little warships too. Oh wait, we've got too many locked on. Yeah. Guardian Protector. Why not get rid of those guys? Get rid of the small ships just so we can take them off the field. know. Shooting my Hornet. Why? Hmm? They're pretty tanky frigates, I guess. Wait, no, come on. Please don't get fixated on a ship that you can't blow up by yourselves. Hmm? Put it towards that guy. Actually, yeah, let's go that way. Let's go towards this funky rock formation. I can. Let's get that back out there. Oh no. They're attacking my hobgoblin. What are you whining about? Coming down the hallway whining. Just distracted. I'm just wants me to go outside. I will pause to check on him once we get done, like, dealing with this space mess. Are you doing the wrong thing again, drones? Probably. Okay. Get rid of that. Since the drones really want to attack this chief defender. No, that's not the one I clicked on. Oh. I guess it wasn't actually locked onto that ship. Thorax is getting blasted. I'm gonna get rid of this one, I guess, too. Oop. Blasted. Go flying into this. Okay. Got those. Please don't. I guess.
A module has run out of charges.
Just slinging through missiles left and right. Let's go back to my ship. More ships. It always did seem kind of weird to me that the game doesn't function on, like, you cleared out a wave of ships, here's the next wave of ships. It's always, you killed this one specific ship, here's the next wave of ships. And it's just like, why? I assume... Oh, somebody jammed me. I'm guessing maybe it's because they didn't want people just blowing up the hard target, taking loot and leaving, but like, rat loot is not that... It's not that worth. I don't know. So many ships. I didn't think level 3 missions had this many ships in them. Maybe I've just been lucky and not... Oh, jerk. What is it? Watchman. Yeah. Blast these. Blast these, Watchmen. Oh, the controller too, I guess. They keep... dampening? No, it's the Watchman. I keep getting my sensors dampened, and I hate it. No, it's because there's still fire. Okay. Mm. Mr. Ringleader. So many ships right on my ass. Please get off. Yeesh. Blasting be blasting. Um. 8 o'clock. After this, I might also take a break, log off for a little bit. We'll raid on into somebody else as well. Pass the good luck along. Hopefully they can. Hopefully other folks will. Have a good time out here in space.
A module has run out of charges.
When I go back, we go back to the server, I guess. Are they attacking? The drones are attacking this guy for some reason. As if that's the target. The worst part is that if it were my luck, it would be the target that would spawn the next wave of dudes. So my drones are trying to spawn more dudes on top of me. Like, why? Why would you do this to me? Please stop doing this. Okay, Captain Sentry as well. Again, like immediately they all try to go for this the chief infantry guy. Like, you really do. Again, immediately like turn. Fine, you know what? Drones, if that's what you want. We'll blow up the chief infantry. So maybe you guys will stop.
A module has run out of charges.
Out of missiles again. Okay. Let's see. Damn. Big chunk of repair there. Can we out damage repair? I mean, we can eventually. Hopefully. Just depends on how much time it takes, which not a great way to think about it, but we'll get it. We'll get it. Still up there, just shooting at me. What? That hit seemed like it didn't go anywhere, like it just got absorbed. The repair, like, just as a hit. Limbs some resistances, I'll say that.
maybe? Hopefully this is the last wave, because... Okay. It seems like it. Because my guess would be that would have been the guy who would have brought the next wave along. But... so much stuff to clean up. Okay. Alright. Okay. Oof. We have ultra fast silo. Dang, I just noticed that there's an ultra fast silo there. But it seems like it's not very fast at all. Hey, we've slowly whittled down half of the army in the area. Half of the Serpentis in the system have been destroyed. Yeesh. What's going on in the fleet slash? Juvite? Is that what's up? Let me quick check. That's the... Oh, okay. Alright. That's they're doing the faction mining, so... I will probably clean this up. Turn this quest in. We have a... bonus rewards and 450. Let me do this. Let's pick up what's in this server real quick. 5 million in junk. That's all right. That'll fund the replacement missile brigade that I'll need to put together. Hopefully, wait. Okay, as I say, hopefully it fits in my stash, but gross. No, I have to clean up space now. Boo. Oh well. Let's... I'll save the location. I'm just gonna zip and drop stuff off, and then I'll come back and pick this up. While I do that, honestly though, I think I am gonna like call it a night once I get all this stuff picked up. Once I get this cleaned up, I'll turn the quest in and log off for a little bit. So, yeah, because again, I have been going for like almost 7 hours. And I kind of just need a bit of a breather. So let me...
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Okay, okay. Let's see. I'm dropping this stuff off real quick, and then I will sort it by height. That way I can keep my missiles from getting stuck in my junk drawer. Junk drawer is cleaned. Okay. I'm gonna go clean this up. Uh, I don't think anybody wants to really hang out while I like clean up and do logistics after blowing 100 ships up. So, I will raid in over to somebody else. Oops. Oh no! All the friggin' corp saved ones and stuff are in here. Warp 2 within 10. Okay. I will raid into somebody else and hang out. Let's okay. Let's raid on over into Bond Roger. Bond Roger. Let's raid on over there. Okay. Okay. Let's go peek on over there. I'll start the raid. Again, thanks folks for popping in and hanging out. Let me get... Where's my thing at? Go pick up my server. Go pick up the server and clean things up. And we will... Call it a night. I will, like, clean up. You guys don't have to hang out and watch me, because I might, like, go do mining afterwards, which is also exciting. High-sec mining, which is the most exciting mining. Yeah, let me swap over to the... I'll swap over to my DOS, my DOS aquarium for now. Again, thanks for popping in. Thanks for that raid earlier. Much appreciated. Raph. And again, thanks for those subs. Zephyr. Zinlook, sorry. Ugh.